VP.Prodigy, and then we're ending the day with Virtus.Pro themselves taking on Team Liquid, and then coming into tomorrow we'll be starting with Na'Vi going up against Team Secret. Now, there's the lower bracket in there as well, which you guys will get to enjoy the most of, because we like as much Dota 2 as possible in one day. But this is it, right? All these teams competed, the CIS region, the EU region, and this was only just the start of it. Now we get to see how they really do fare up against each other. You guys were certainly telling me that EU is the one large and in charge when it comes to this, but HR, they impressed us on a massive level, and they're starting off against an NIP that looked really good at the beginning of group stages, but then started to get a bit harder when they started to get maybe figured out or the tougher teams came up against them. But they did show us that they can play some incredibly good Dota, and that OG game that we saw just a couple of days ago was proof of that.
Both of these teams can play some incredible Dota. If you look at them, if you look at HR and NIP, if you give them the right heroes, if you give them the right drafts, they just obliterate you with their just skill level in their comfort zone. However, NIP, there's a reason why they are fourth, and HR, pretty much no matter what they pick, they look good. And NIP, if you do manage to take them out of that comfort zone, they're not really as great. At least so far, they didn't look so great.
And this is the first test that we see, like really HR against EU teams. We said the EU region is better. Now we're gonna see if HR was looking really good because they've been playing flawlessly, or maybe their opponents were not good enough. I like to see really good Dota, so I'm hoping that the CIS region is actually as good as the EU, and we see some interesting games. So
and instantly they clash. Two different ideas, two different mentalities. We have the Klinks, Void Spirit versus Chen, plus what, NIP? Is this going to be your little sneaky bounty hunter again? You would get that track versus the Klinks, which could be pretty good, and they're undefeated with it. So both of these teams have heroes that are very strong when it comes to their win rates. On the side of NIP, I believe it's like bounty hunter, 100% win rate. They pretty much haven't lost with it. On HR, Bango is there, but it's banned out, and there you go, bounty hunter instantly. And you have it's good to start the day with a good call.
And you have a chance, so you can get the first towers quickly, which makes this bounty hunter so strong. Yeah. What I like from HR, they have one mobile hero and Klinks that we said, now with the Death Pact, he is stronger. Still for HR, what I would like to see from them is some fatter heroes, sturdier heroes, something that the bounty hunter is not gonna kill so easily team fight. So when you win a team fight, it's not like you lose 2 or 3 heroes and then it's not actually a one team fight.
He likes when you're juicy though. You know, he's my kind of a guy. He likes it juicy. He likes when you're plumby, because he uses that track on you and constantly steals your gold. Constantly shuriken tosses with that Aghanim Scepter. One team fight, I saw one of their games. One team fight, he gets another item. Pretty much one item a team fight is for Saberlight, what he does, if it's position 3.
It's still better than all of you dying to track. Like, it's better to give him that gold.
Yeah, definitely.
For a second, Lizard, I wasn't sure if you were talking about just Dota heroes that you liked, or just maybe your other interest in there. Other interest as well. Yeah, there you go, ladies. Lizard is looking for that.
Taken.
Oh, sorry, all the ladies out there. Lizard, he may be a beautiful, handsome man, but he's taken, sadly. Wipe a tear, shed a tear for everyone in Twitch chat.
I have Twitch chat and my girlfriend, and that's it.
Oh, you love Twitch chat as well, then. Look at you, sucking up to the guys.
No, not really that much.
Does she know that you're sharing her with Twitch chat?
No.
There's a few thousand people to share her with.
She does, trust me. The worst thing is when you have someone outside of our little, like community that doesn't really understand when someone is openly, let's say, too affectionate towards you in the chat, and then you have to hear, like, you have to hear it for a week after someone writes some stupid shit. But let's go back to the draft. What do you think? Something like a Lotus Orb builder would be really good for HR already, or something with a cleanse ability. Purge is not there.
Oracle is banned.
Abaddon is an option, but not really that great. What's the way? Tell me, Hairy Freak. What's the way to deal with this bounty?
I want to... okay, to me this is not the way. So, this is a hero that gives teamfight, it's gonna defend the towers, but it's still very squishy and dies. So, okay, this is the way to deal with the bounty hunter. Have a hero that does a lot of damage in a short period of time. Then the bounty hunter, even if he goes for something like Hood, the pure damage is gonna do a lot of damage. If he cannot go in, if he cannot get the tracks out, he's not as strong as we've seen.
One thing though is they're picking Timbersaw into these 3 heroes that aren't necessarily any special versus a Timbersaw. They're not really that great. But they have a natural-born Vessel buyer. That's the bounty hunter. Even though Aghanim is very popular right now, Vessel is something that you get very early on the bounty hunter. And it's a clear choice, I think, for them right now.
Choice, yeah.
Versus the Timber Saw. For Timber as well, I would love to see Fnatic get that Lotus as soon as possible. Yules, some sort of cleanse. And Razor now.
I mean, NIP really thought this through, to be honest. Like, they really thought it through. They have good push, they have good lanes, and they just need something that can actually win the game in the end and can possibly complement them. So this Razor is going to deal with the Timber solid in lane. It deals later on with the Clinks. It builds items so it can be fat. It runs in, it goes with the bounty. So they get the early towers, they actually run in. On the other side, Hellraisers, it seems like they expected this, and the only hero that's actually susceptible to getting killed is the Disruptor. All three of these heroes are kind of sturdy,
elusive,
harder to kill.
Yeah, elusive, harder to kill. Clinks, we'll see where they will play it. In all their matches, I think they played it pretty much everywhere. It was 4, it was 5.
Did they play it mid? I think they always played it support on Hellraisers.
4 or 5 most of the time. For Hellraisers, Navi picked it mid as well. They like to play it as a core. I don't know if you really want the Clinks to be a core right now as you're playing into a bounty hunter, so there is that track that's always annoying. You can't be that stealthy ninja. But then again, we have seen the same exact kind of a draft coming from 2 different teams in which Clinks was positioned 4 playing into a Chen. And you're thinking, all right, I'm going to hunt him. I'm going to steal his creeps. He's not going to be useless. And then suddenly Chen shows up with the mech Vlads, and you're just a Clinks and you can't kill anyone because of Hand of God. There's a lot of sustain on NIP.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. So it might be better just to put it on a support. Get some Hellraisers need lockdown. They don't have a single stun. If you don't have they have like Remnant from the Void Spirit, but if you don't have a stun for this bounty hunter, this Timber Saw is not going to do damage to him, as we talked beforehand. And then you have this guy just running around. You need some lockdown. You have solid damage, but you need lockdown to lock down the Razor, to lock down the bounty, so that you can actually do the damage to them. That's what they're lacking right now. What's wrong?
I just got a message. My man likes it juicy. We have a Meepo. That's a juicy pick right there.
Your boy, your favorite.
Yeah. Today, I mean, Timber Saw is kind of fine, but they don't have a lineup that deals with Meepo right now. You need this last pick to be good versus Meepo and also not countered by Razor. And
what would you recommend?
It's a tough choice, man. I think they will have to swap up their lanes a little bit, because when NIP has a draft like this one, it's so complete. It's also, this Wyvern makes a lot of sense now as well that they picked it up early on, because it counters Meepo, and I'm surprised Hellraisers let that one go through. What do they do now?
SF, Monkey, those come to mind.
It's so difficult.
But what else? What else? I think you need to win the lane. SF wins the lane against him. Monkey should win the lane against him. Monkey would be okay here because he has a front line in the Timber.
But then you're playing Monkey into Razor and Wyvern.
It's not perfect.
And Bounty Hunter as well.
It's not
That's
perfect.
what I mean. Their draft is really good. The bans that they've had so far and the heroes that they've picked really complement Meepo very well. And this is, for me, like a free Meepo game. If they pick pretty much whatever they pick, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to take this one.
So it's an uphill battle already.
It's an uphill battle regardless. They go with the SF. Yeah.
I mean, it's the best you can go. You need to destroy the lane, and you need to actually be able to fight this bounty hunter aggression while the Meepo is farming, because you're not going to be contesting this Meepo. You're not going to be contesting him, and you have the AoE lockdown, let's say, the fear, to go against the Meepo. So it's the best that you can hope for. It's themselves with this.
It looks great.
Game plan, at least in game 1, has certainly worked out. I'm excited by this, right? Because it's straight away our CIS versus EU matchup going on here, and both teams come with their own very unique take and style on it all. HR stuck to their guns, and NIP, they certainly had this planned and worked out. So which way are you going and why? Harry Freak, kick it off.
I'm going the way of NIP. They look really good with the bounty. The Meepo is not going to be contested, so he's going to be free because the others are going to be fighting a lot. Though, on the other hand, I can see this SF working, but it's just very hard for Hellraisers. They don't have stuns, they only have a lot of damage, so they need to farm themselves, not give enough bounty kills, and it's really hard for them to play.
Harry Free took a lot of your time, sadly, there, Lizard, so be quick with me. Where you going and why, mate? Just Meepo, that's it. I'm not even going to write down it for you, then it's just going to be Meepo, that's it. Guys, thank you very much for this awesome starting panel for our playoff stages here, and we've got a deadly duo of commentators to come your way. I love listening to these guys, and they've got more to bring you across this entire series. Sunsfan and Cinder, and how are you guys doing? Are you ready for this one?
Great. Cinder, how about you?
Yeah, I'm good. I've been looking forward to this. It's always cool when there's playoffs and the two regions start mixing in a format like this, because each region has like their own somewhat defined meta or heroes that they like, and then when the regions clash, you get to see who really has stuff figured out a bit more, or who has the better idea, who's just, you know, flat out playing better. I think the panel is a little bit too happy with an IPR. I don't know what you think, but I mean,
who cares what I think is the real
That's
question.
true.
I do.
Right. I have a mirror on the wall. I was talking to that one, not you this time. We'll bring you Sunsfed in soon enough, guys. Don't worry. Just wait a sec.
You.
So, NIP definitely this late pick Meepo is definitely really, really good, but I think Shadow Fiend is a decent solution, and I just see the Radiant having a lot of damage and a lot of fight in them, whereas the Dire have very limited ways of engaging fights. So it's about whether they can like deathball down these towers with Chen Razor early on, I think, and then bring the Meepo in. I definitely, I wouldn't say NIP are, like, I'm not saying the panel is wrong here, that NIP are in a good spot for this game, but I think they made it sound a bit more one-sided than I would consider this.
You just went on a 5-minute monologue about how they were wrong, and you ended with, but they're not that wrong, by the way.
No.
That's what you said.
I'm saying it's not that one-sided. I think I would probably pick HR to win this game, personally.
Okay. So they are
it's
wrong,
not like,
according to you.
it's hard to say. So I
You
just said a lot of
literally
nothing
just said it.
in your optic.
What are you talking about? You literally just contradicted yourself again.
What? Why?
Cinder, and this is why I love you.
What are you
Biggest
talking about?
contradiction in life is your predictions. I don't know. I haven't seen Meepo in a long time, but I agree.
TLDR, both drafts are good, but NRP are not landslide favorites. There you go. There it is.
I mean, what do you think of? I haven't seen Void Spirit against Meepo. I mean, I guess this is a.
Does the shield absorb count every Meepo as a hero? It probably does.
I don't think so. I'd be surprised.
Other things do, right? Elder Titan's Astral Spirit counts every Meepo as a hero.
Does it?
So
okay, then it should.
It probably does, actually. It doesn't change very much, though. You get that little bit tankier on Void Spirit, but it very quickly gets overwhelmed by Meepo in fights. Right. It can make a difference sometimes.
Well, the panel was kind of alluding to the fact that Shadow Fiend has the ability to overrun a Meepo in the laning stage specifically. But of course, Meepo can always just go into the jungle relatively early.
And he's level 4 nowadays, though, to get
one more extra level.
It's a big nerf, actually, in a lane like this, where you're dominated in the early levels in this lane, especially when Shadow Fiend gets level 3. So if you don't do very well on the first wave or two, Shadow Fiend can bully you, and retreating into the jungle just isn't an option until you're level 4, right? It's very slow, at least if you. But you see Kazanio already getting in the raises, harassing as much as he can. Could go with triple raise combo. He will. Wow,
what a combo! Level 1 spell still deals a considerable amount of damage. Who would have thought?
You didn't get the reference.
Top lane
That's
though.
Okay.
What, the LD reference?
Oh, you got it. You just didn't react.
I mean, what's there to react to? It's an overplayed meme at this point, Cinder.
It was the LD thing.
Funnick and Roger top lane, the Clink's Void Spirit combination against Sineko's Chen and Charlie's Razor. As you can see, Static Link basically get broken off right off the bat with an Aether Remnant. How's Charlie's farm going to be in this lane?
I think it's going to be okay, but not amazing, just because Klink's early ability to harass is really good. Well, unless he just dies now, which...
Oh, he's going to try to TP out. Healing up as he TPs will be fine.
That's good, though, for NIP. That's really good. They broke his salve. He has to get one from Funnick now. I'd say the lane swings a lot when Klinks gets level too, because now he can start death pacting the creeps that Chen takes over, which means like Chen's options in this lane right now are very limited. It was clear from HR that they picked it quickly into this Chen first pick, so they do consider it a counter, and I would definitely agree with that. Strong harass early on as well into the Razor. But considering it's Razor versus a melee hero, they have the same net worth right now, right? You're pretty happy with that as the Razor or as the Void Spirit. Like this is a good start. He's
one of the biggest buffs to Clink's, or biggest quality of life, is he's going to go in a 1v1 battle versus Seneko. But Funnick is here with the Aether Remnant, and that is going to be first blood, and that is permanent damage going the way of Roger.
Yep.
But being able to death pack any level creeps now is pretty huge, and obviously a counter against the Chen. And then the one lane we haven't brought up, Cinderman, is the bottom. We have Pushka on Disruptor, Nyx on the Timbersaw versus the Era Wyvern and Saberlight Bounty Hunter.
Yep.
I mean,
this is the kind of lane where
doing just fine.
Bounty's gonna steal some coin, but they can never threaten Timber. This lane can't kill Timbersaw. It's just as soon as Timber's level 4 here, you even see how comfortable he feels. He didn't even max reactive armor. He went 1-on-1. He wants to play aggressive because he knows their damage is negligible in this lane. They're just gonna keep stealing, but every time he steals, they will harass back. And if Saberlight needs to buy a healing salve every time he gets a Genata off, he's not really stealing money from anyone but himself. So
that's right. And ends up breaking even. Roger, top lane. It's going to be close. Ooh, attack animation not quite fast enough for Charlie. Yeah. Being expected, though, on the side of Hellraisers in that top lane, at least. But yeah, Nyx, when he gets to level 4, you assume goes reactive armor now, right? Continuing to, yeah. Okay.
He's probably going to go 1-1-3, not for the purpose of defense, but actually for the purpose of offense, so he can start diving the tower. I think that's why he will skill this. He doesn't really worry about getting killed off. All right, good damage on Pushka, though.
Yeah.
There's a salve.
Era doing a very good job of forcing everybody out of the lane for the most part. He's actually going to continue with that Arctic Burn Saberlight. They level 1 toss, and he's not even going to need it. Genata, level 2. More than enough damage. But I feel like at this point, Nyx can just solo, right? Does that mean you should be putting the Disruptor somewhere else at this point, or is it too early?
It's a bit awkward for Disruptor to move when he's level 3 like this. Like, you can maybe make a gank mid onto the Meepo with the field to set up SF's raises. Or you could go to Funnick and play with him. I would actually kind of like that if the Disruptor went top. I don't think that's a bad idea. Especially considering Roger's already moving. You're just gonna consider this top lane 1.
Yeah, it looks like that is what they think right now. Is Funnick is going to be the solo for now. Meepo, like we talked about, in the jungle, Supreme, behind in levels right now to the SF, ahead in CS, but I'm guessing that's just mostly neutral creeps at this point.
For sure.
Bottom lane, Saberlight, not dusted, but the Thunderstrike getting him quite low. Does have a double ring of regen right now. Going towards that urn into the eventual spirit vessel versus, of course, the Timbersaw himself, which I would assume, I mean, it feels like every game you're facing a Timbersaw, you're going to have to get that item, which means that he just has to get a Lotus Orb. Ends up kind of canceling each other out to a degree.
Yeah. You don't mind buying a Lotus here, though. It doesn't feel bad for Timber to be forced into that item. Oh, is that? Oh, Bounty just survives. 5 HP. The Lotus has additional value, though. It's good to have in the team against Razor, so you can reflect. It's good to have against the Wyvern first spell. Just getting rid of that. It's a lot of damage you can take out. You can reflect Curse. You can take off Earthbind. Like, there's plenty of utility here, so he won't really feel bad about having to buy that. Nice sidestep from Saberlight. He will get dusted, though. He's dead.
Yep, he will finally die. It did take a while for him to die after being extremely annoying. Roger is actually scouting things out, seeing that Seneko is now on the run. I believe did he just eat a creep? Yes. I don't know if that was Chen's creep or not, but he will be full to the brim. Very satisfied in his choice of creep, whatever in God's name it was. But we are approaching we're about 3 minutes away from the 10-minute mark where the outpost will start making I mean, that's the biggest difference in terms of the outpost timing, the 10-minute one. Just for the levels, especially for like these level 4, level 5 supports getting that elusive level 6 Era. Looks like he's going to take heavy damage. Gets the Arctic Burn off, but that is more than enough coming away from Hellraisers. So down and he goes, but Kaysani put into an awkward position now, as Supreme is just going to pound him into the ground.
Fancy geomancy.
Middle tower is under attack.
But they pressure
at this point.
It's good. Like sometimes we focus a bit too much on the kills. Just forcing him to not farm, getting him out of his safety in the jungle is nice.
Roger able to take a courier for himself. Era, if he was level 6, that would be an amazing curse, but unfortunately for him, level 4. But Hellraiser was able to clean him up and will likely take this tier 1 tower. Unless they want to continue the fight here. Roger gets dusted, will eat a creep, and die shortly after. And now Funnick is going to run into Charlie. Charlie doesn't even bother with the static storm, or the static, I should say. And it looks like Meeple almost got a, was going for a kill, but the TP out to safety. So looking at the net worth, Meeple is on top. A lot of that within the jungle itself, but it feels like the Timber Saw is just a completely free game right now, at the very least. Makes it look great.
And I think that the challenge that you run into as an IP right now is you have this Chen who wants to push towers, but Timber will kind of be a wall on his own you need to get through, but he's also going to be pushing your side lane all the time, so somebody has to go on defense. And every time somebody goes on defense, the pushes become harder to execute. You have the Chen summon, so there is a play, but it's more challenging. There's more things to keep track of. There's more things to execute correctly. And yeah, as for now, like you said, it's just a free Timber game, right? It's almost unkillable for the Dire Lab. It's really difficult. So yeah, that's definitely an issue as far as tower pushing goes.
Saberlight will steal some gold, but he'll take heavy damage in return. It looks like Hellraisers in the top river are looking to potentially gank some mid. Not sure if they'll find anything, as Charlie's actually waiting on the high ground here. SF, Kaysani. He's going to get static linked into the plasma field. Era has a Splinter's Blast, but no creeps to use it. Kaysani's forced to use his ult just for the fear and the fear alone. The 10-minute mark comes through. And it looks like they are split. No big surprise. But the level discrepancy here is going to be the big thing to talk about, as Nyx actually runs into a couple members of NIP, but nothing will come of it. Who was it? It was the Clinks, was just hit level 4. So getting close to level 5 now thanks to that outpost, but not sure who gets the book in this.
Almost took the book, yeah. So Disruptor will have to sit in the lane a little bit. I think you can give him mid for 2 waves while Shadowfiend farms some jungle camps. That would be an easy way to do it. As Roger now got his
choose who gets the book in that scenario, because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like Pushka ult is just more powerful level at this stage of the game. So why not go for the Disruptor tome instead of Clinks?
It's honestly kind of debatable which ult, because the Burning Army is way more easy to use against the Dire Line, right? Oh, Nyx.
Going here. Getting a glimpse back. Getting very low, but the map keeps him safe for now. But there's a big curse onto Funnick. Their entire job is to keep Supreme alive, which they're doing in spades right now. So they used his ult already to heal him up to full. As Nick in the wrong side of the jungle now gets a Timber Chain. Looks like he's going to be fine for now, though. And somehow, some way, 0 kills in this engagement. As I say that, of course, Funnick does drop.
Mr. Pocket Money shows up.
Only 1 kill, though. That was like, I think that was every hero in the game, I want to say.
That was a very nice defensive play from an IP. It cost them a lot, though. They used Mech, Hand of God, Curse, but they do keep their Meepo alive and get a core kill. So, and it was a track kill. So you're definitely happy with that. It's a defense you have to make. You can't just let your Meepo die in this game. He's so tanky. Like, Meepo has such a deceptively high stat line right now. It's kind of crazy.
Not only, and the panel kind of brought it up as well, but there's a lot of sustain on Nip. I mean, you have the Cold Embrace, as Clinks is going to die here in the bot lane. And of course, Chen, who does have the mechanism in tow. potential to keep him alive. I mean, burst damage is the name of the game, and Timbersaw is one of the best at it, but along with the SF, if you can get a good ult. Actually, that brings up another question. The SF, what kind of are you looking for? Do you in kind of initiation when you have like a Timbersaw on the team? So a Yules?
He's buying the Yules, and I think it's good because he's playing instant glimpse. He's playing against one stun, right? It's the Winter's Curse. If he has a Yules BKB, he has a guaranteed Requiem except against Curse. So if anyone can account for that Wyvern during the game, they will get a Requiem off. And that spell is obviously insanely good against Meepo. Tons of AoE damage in general against the Chen army, together with the raise combo and everything. Solid here.
Looks like he's going for a BKB next. Do you agree with that?
Yep, it was that or a
So
dagger,
Yules
right?
BKB.
Yeah, I think it's solid.
Okay. There's a lot of magic damage. And of course, Winter's Curse will still go through all of that, but there remains to be seen if that comes into play or not.
The concern I had for Hellraisers is cold damage. Like if you have safe lane Timber and your SF goes for a magic buildup, you're playing to a timing right now where you're really strong. They're gonna go for the fight here with the smoke.
Yep.
See if they
Charlie
get
on the Razor has treads right now, finishing the drums right. Gets glimpse into the static storm kinetic field combo and into the waiting arms of Kaysani. So an easy one for Hellraiser. Seneko almost gets out actually, but a double kill here for Phonic as the chase will continue. Era still has Curse. See if they want to try and force this out, or if he even uses it. Might just take the death. And the Aether Remnant will clean him up nicely, so great fight for Hellraisers as they're going to take this tier 1 tower as well.
I love the way they executed that. They're like, we have Yules, we have our spells, we're gonna make a smoke play. If we find any core with our Clink scouting in front, we'll glimpse them back and we're gonna Requiem and kill. And then they can just ball off that. It's still the issue for NIP right now, the way I see it, is that their team fight, when everything just comes
Find Era for a second time, and they're still not going to have Winter's Curse as a result. Static link upon Nyx, but I believe Nip is going to have to most likely back it. The Static Storm is up again. How long this fight feels like it's been going. There's the heal from the Chen, but Charlie's going to go down very quickly. They do find the Clinks, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Hellraisers still, and not able to catch anyone now. And even if they catch the Nyx, I'm sure, but by Nyx, of course, I mean the Timbersaw. Yesterday, the other day, that Nyx was playing Nyx, or was Nyx in the game?
There was a Nyx in the game and Nyx the other team. Yeah, it was pretty confusing.
That was the worst.
Yeah, so once again, HR with the aggressive maneuver, right? As soon as they get vision and they glimpse a hero back, NIP's just lack of counterplay becomes a problem. The primary counterplay they have is Curse, but if you noticed in that last fight, HR had really brilliant positioning. Like, no two heroes were close together. They kept a good distance to each other. They have angles covered with Void Spirit being able to jump in. They know if the fight is long enough, they get multiple glimpses. So just, just solid play. NIP are still looking in a good spot now, though, because now they got the first real timing of Meepo. They get the Ethereal Blade. He just increases damage by a lot. He increases survivability. So somehow ball down another tower than this bottom tower that now finally get at 16. They get their first tower with their Chen strategy. That would be good news, but the big story of the game right now is happening on the other side of the map, and they seem to have no idea that this is going on right now.
Yeah, Roshan is the target here for Hellraisers. They do have a little bit of minus armor, of course, coming out from both the Clinks and the Shadow Fiend. And it looks like it is a freebie. Like, although, no, wait, Nip, they're on the way, because this isn't the fastest Roshan. Yeah, Hellraisers are going to have to back here.
Longer than they thought.
And they're quite damaged. So I don't even know if they can fight if they want to. This might be a free Rosh for Nip now. Seneko and company have come to the pit. And Hellraisers are just going to have to back out. That feels really bad. Maybe they can steal at the end of the day. Final jumps in, but nope, the 8 Supreme. I mean, they're going to win this fight. They're going to clean up the Clink and the Disruptor. The E-Blade, the full effect on the Funnet. The Simulate kept them out of harm's way for a bit. And actually, the Earthbinds are missing. Oh, one finally roots in place, and that should do it. Damn. So 3 kills and the Roche out of nowhere, and probably the tier 1 tower as well.
That was actually the worst possible thing that could happen for Hellraisers. They went to an objective, they couldn't kill it fast enough. Then all of the team fight and all of the catch of NIP lacking doesn't matter, because now they can just... This is where we are strong. Oh, your Clinks has 10% HP? Perfect, 5-on-4. We're just going to run into the pit with Meepo and you guys can't fight it. So they kind of just did NIP's job for them. This is where NIP's lineup is supposed to go, get an advantage, and get ahead in the game. And HR, usually under those circumstances, try to initiate and take a team fight out of it. But they put themselves at so low HP that they couldn't do it. They had no positioning advantage anymore. So NIP will say, thank you very much. Great read from them to go in there at the time they did and make the decision to just kill it. No, They weren't scared at all. Summoning mid from Chen, they're going to get...
Pushka gets the glimpse off, but there's more than enough members here to hold the horses.
He's dead.
All right, he's done so. And that's going to be another track kill going the way of Nip. What are your thoughts on... So we talked about the BKB on Kaysani, but he actually switched up and went Boots of Travel first, and now is going Link into BKB. So it's pretty much exactly what you kind of brought up in terms of the physical damage not exactly being that high right now. Basically all magic for the most part. I mean, you got Void Spirit's magic. Shadowfiend in this game is magic, where he could have gone physical in theory. Timbersaw is a mix of magical and pure.
Mm-hmm.
Like all their eggs in one basket here. There's not enough variety in terms of the damage types.
Yeah, that's my big concern here. I mean, outside of the fact that they kind of just gave a Roche away, I think that's the bigger problem. Like you can still solve this damage discrepancy. Shadowfiend can take the damage talent on level 20 and do some sort of hybrid build where he goes to Yule's to be strong now, and he can go BKB Daedalus later, for example. It's not perfect, but he can get the job done. Maybe playing scale if he has a good time as well. Like he can get some meaningful physical damage out. But yeah, for now, it's also possible that when the enemy primary core is a Meepo, that you don't need that much physical damage because he's never gonna be able to have BKB on all of Meepo, right? So you will have a target at least. So they found Bounty Hunter. He's dead. Raises.
The bounties are up as well as Bounty Hunter dies. It's only
he's not dead.
to learn. Nope, he runs away. There's curse onto 2. Looks like Kaysani will find his way to the grave very shortly, and indeed he does. The death record goes off, and Pushka denies the bounty run that he could not quite catch up to, and then dies.
That was
right next
really high impact kind of cut. Oh my.
Fnatic might be in a little trouble here. Doesn't have Astral Step 5 seconds, and that means everyone can go to town on him. That's a triple kill for Meepo across the map. Yeah, Nip is just snowballing out of control, it feels like.
Yeah, this is getting really, really ugly for right now. Like NIP, this is everything they wanted. They get a couple of extra kills here. They can go down mid. They have their cooldowns except Hand of God. Meanwhile, still has the Aegis. You could be looking at potential poke into high ground here, as Nyx will TP home against the track. But man, this just happened up there. It's so important. The Hand of God keeps them alive. Because of that, they get 2 track kills, since Bounty Hunter doesn't die and can break them both. And they're forced to deny the bounty rune that they would have got otherwise. This is like a 2k gold fight, basically, of what was the expected outcome. Clutch.
Even more. Another tier 1 tower goes the way of Nip. Meepo is working on an Eye of Scotty. Already has that blink dagger as he's shown.
Yeah.
A Pushka. He's got to be careful.
He has a good ward to work with right now in the enemy jungle.
How long is a glimpse versus a poof in terms of duration? Do you have time to poof as you get glimpsed? If you have one.
I think it interrupts the cast if you get pulled back. So you have to cast it again regardless.
Oh, I see. Even before you've gone back.
Yeah.
No, I mean poofing to the Meepo that you're glimpsed.
Oh, you can poof in with the other before the first one gets glimpsed.
Before the glimpse goes.
Yeah.
Okay. Or he'll probably end up going sheep stick at some point. He's actually going to find Clinks. And I mean, ooh, wait a second.
Waiting for try.
Waiting for a poof? Okay. Oh, okay. Smart play. Extra gold goes the way of Nip as they have a 16 hour lead now. I think they're actually taunting him. Not gonna lie.
Super flat in the last 10 minutes. Like he had a pretty good start. They got a great start at the top lane. They got the first blood. He got some bit of damage, and then it feels like HR haven't really been able to take the kind of team fights that I was expecting. They got a couple of 2 to 3 hero kills with the glimpses, but this Roshan thing just blew all steam out of them. That really swung the entire game. They were in a decent spot until then, and now, according to Mr. Win Expectancy, we're talking 92% in IP right now, which is kind of crazy, but honestly, it's probably pretty accurate. Like, we do know it's a good Meepo game, and since they're ramping up this fast, and there's no real objectives for HR to get now, they've got to be kicking themselves that they chose to go for that. Like, that was the biggest moment of the game for me, for sure.
I think it. Obviously, they do regret going for the Roche. I like the idea of it a lot. It's just they don't have the damage.
Yeah, and that's what sometimes happens. And I would imagine this is not necessarily HR's 100% comfort zone draft, right? Mid lane Timbersaw on Nyx and then a mid lane Shadow Fiend going Magic build. They probably don't have a very clear feeling of how long the Roshan takes. If they knew how long it would take, I think it's naive to go for it. So they were probably expecting it to go faster than it did. Commits, they're ramping up this fast. Okay, we're in, you know. So then they keep going, get it down to a quarter, and then they get cold feet because the entire enemy team goes missing. So yeah, I think did they have both the medallion and level 1-2 death pact when they did it? At like minus.
I'm not sure if they have a medallion or not. I'd have to go back and see. But obviously, I mean, I don't know what SF was, but I assume he had at least a couple in presence.
Yeah, they had presence too, probably at level 2. Yeah, I mean, they had a decent amount of minus armor, but
I mean, they have a good rogue killing lineup, but they just didn't have the damage. I mean, I'm not the best in the world, but they have enough minus armor to be able to take it with enough farm.
Oh, that feels so bad if he doesn't kill this courier now. Okay, he got it. He's probably gonna die for it though.
That is the BKB.
Yeah, that was
I believe it's for the Razor. Yeah,
see ya.
We'll go bye-bye. Was that for the Razor, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Charlie's BKB.
So he'll have that in 2.5 minutes, but he doesn't really care because they can just continue to fight if they really want. I mean, they're kind of in the driver's seat in a lot of ways. They can take it slow if they really want. I mean, Meepo still has room to grow, but he's also the hero that can just literally jump in and annihilate anybody at this stage of the game. And we'll be going for that cheap sick like we talked about. That's when he's at his scariest. There's a point where he kind of tapers off. We'll see if that ends up being a thing here. Looks like Bounty Hunter's going to get caught inside this kinetic field. They do see him doing a decent amount of damage. Essence Ring is popped into the Dissimulate, into the Glimpse. All of this work to try to kill a Bounty Hunter, and they can't even do that.
2 HP and Pipe and Essence Ring.
He's tanky. He's going for Axe as well.
Essence Ring is part of the 2K, but yeah. Pipe is the perfect item in this game for Bounty, I think. I'm very happy he didn't rush the Ags. I know Silverlight loves this item on Bounty Hunter, but I think going Pipe after Vessel is a good read on the game. Like, you want to make your Meepo the boss, and this is the best efficiency item he can buy for his Meepo. Just getting Pipe on all of them against Shadow Fiend is super good.
Alright, they dust Saberlight again, but now they're scared. They remember the last time they fought him, he got out after he used literally everything. Oh, I'm gonna do it again. He gets remnanted up. Getting relatively low. This team is actually nowhere near him, so he might actually fall now. But here comes the Meepo, demolishing that Disruptor out of nowhere. Okay, Sonny, BKB, Requiem, ends up fearing the Bounty Hunter. They still cannot kill this guy. Good Lord, how long will he live? Finally, after everything expended, they can take out the Bounty Hunter. A 1-for-1 with a buyback now on the Disruptors. Kesani, I mean, it's a good thing he bought these items because he's super fast and that's the one benefit. Roger getting static on the backside here. Charlie's going to pop that drum. Roger looks like he has enough distance there. No vision to speak of. And I think that will end the fight. As I say that, of course, Era dies. But still, so much was expended, it feels like.
Yeah.
Like that, was that the 10-second BKB? Yeah, that was a 10-second BKB on Kesani.
The big thing that we're seeing in this fight, though, is that Supreme doesn't feel fully confident he can do whatever he wants. And that's the difference from Meepo between having an Aegis and not. if he hasn't noticed, they win this fight because he will hard commit into anybody who wants to shut down and just all over the fight. But he still has to show a little bit of respect. He's a bit worried that if he commits too hard and gets Requiem plus some sort of Timbersaw follow-up or a Void Spirit catch, that they can get the damage out. He knows his life is extremely valuable. I think maybe he could have still done it, but it's understandable that he doesn't want to go fully hard. You know, Roche is up.
I caught the tail end of this, but I think they looked in Roche, and then he spawned the millisecond they left the pit. I'm gonna have to check again here. But obviously, Meepo.
They'll see it now with the Wolf.
Super fast. Yeah. They might want to take a fight, maybe pick somebody off beforehand. But HR, they have the high ground here. Clinks might be the bait. Indeed, the Clinks dies immediately. There's a Winter's Curse defense. Charlie with the BKB static link applied to the Shadow Fiend. The BKBs have already been popped galore, and he's going to find his way to the grave. It's a 2 for nothing, and Charlie's going to continue to chase onto the Nyx. Looks like that is a 3rd kill for Nip, as they can easily go for the Roshan now. Even a free DD if they want to pick that up. And the Pushka is just going to deny it, though.
And that is a dead Roche. Timbersaw has no buyback, and if Shadow Fiend buys back, he has half his souls. It's a really bad buyback hero. But they don't even want to go for the Roche. They're just going to shove down mid, see if they can get a lane of Rex first.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point about Shadow Fiend. One of the worst buyback heroes in the entire game. Even if you have his ult, it's going to be...
It's a really weak ult.
Way less. Yeah. Way less impactful. So they're just going to give up the Rex. They could go for bottom. Actually, they go for Mega if they really want. All the outer towers are down, so mid-Rax is completely down. Fortifications popped. This might indicate to them that Hellraisers want to defend this one. You would hope so, at least. As the Zoo from Chen will commence. And my god, Clinks is instantly deleted. And now the tier 3 tower will fall. Defend this top Rax. Well, they're going to attempt to. There's the jump in onto Supreme. One of the Meepos is relatively low. The Void Spirit is taking heavy damage. Astral Step out into the Winter's Curse, and he will fall to the Splinter's Blast shortly thereafter. Supreme jumps in again. He is getting relatively low, but 2 already dead for Hellraisers as they are confined to the Fountain. And I do believe this is going to be not only a second lane of Rax, but most likely the GG if they continue. Knowing that 2 heroes are dead, I believe the Disruptor bought back recently, so they know that one's down. Yeah, they're just going to continue this push.
This went
didn't even
really
get a chance to buy his cheap stick. Yeah.
I think this was a very interesting game to watch. I'm going to talk about it in past tense because this will be Mega Creeps most likely.
The game has ended. Hellraiser just doesn't know yet.
It's pretty clear that you could see what both lineups were going for, and you could see the strengths of what Hellraisers were able to do early to mid game. You could see what NIP were waiting for and everything. And once again, it's going to keep coming back to that Roche decision where the game was even, and that if there's a fight there, whoever wins that fight gets in a really good spot in the game, but NIP ends up getting it without even having to fight for it, which...
Like devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with the universe and its intertwine with their universe and its cosmic symphony. The smoke lingers after fire. The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slowing motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with their universe and its cosmic symphony. The smoke lingers after fire.
His younger squads, younger lads that have true, I think they match up still a little bit higher than CIS. I think they're a little bit higher skill capped, but we'll see. We have what? We have NIP, we have Alliance, we have Liquid. All these three teams, I think strategically and mechanically are a little bit stronger than the CIS teams that have made it through the playoffs.
This is the case. It wouldn't be surprising to see in the upper bracket 4 EU teams win, but it would be surprising to see 4 CIS teams win. Let's put it like that.
That's a good way of breaking it down. Yeah, I respect that. Now, these bans are obviously going to be very, very serious this time around, especially what HR are going to choose on here. Yeah. So are we hoping to see some just justification of all the madness we saw yesterday, earlier even?
Maybe a bounty hunter ban. Maybe a bounty hunter, maybe a Chen ban. I don't see a Meepo being banned out in the first stage. And they just don't go for it. This is what we were talking about NIP. They aren't a team that only plays cheese heroes. Yeah. They execute them really well, but they have some combos that are really strong. If you think about Kotal combos for them, something like a Kotal Bristle, Kotal PL, they just look on a different level with those heroes too. But Chen has went through again and they pick it up.
do HR answer with the Clinks? Because he destroyed the laning phase last game, but he seemed so underwhelming. Like when you see Hero being only able to kill your couriers, and that's his only job in the game, you're having a problem.
It was such a hard Clinks game.
Yeah.
That game for Clinks was incredibly hard because you're playing into a Chen with Hand of God that will heal pretty much anything that you go on, so you can't get those solo pickoffs. Then you're playing into a track, so you can die just as easily at any given point in the game just by a solo bounty hunter. He can run you down. And then you're playing into a Meepo that has Earth Binds to contain you constantly and even maybe find you when you're invis. So it was a very difficult Clinks game. Now, all that aside, is Clinks your real counter to the Chen? That's my question now, because I don't feel it is. I know Synderen made a good point. You can hunt him in the jungle, you can eat his creeps, the laning stage is difficult for Chen, but eventually it reminds me of that old battle between Enchantress and Chen when they were picked against each other all the time. Yeah, Enchantress will win the laning stage. Yeah, you will be able to steal a couple of his creeps, but eventually he will just overwhelm you with all the utility that he brings to the table.
Yeah, you can't eat all of his creeps, and he's gonna have 3 and 4 later on. And of course, the heals we saw were doing so much, whereas the Clinks who actually won the laning stage, they even killed the Chen. The Razor didn't have enough farm, and he did so much for his team just by keeping them alive. And here again, they go for a bounty hunter. Now again, we have a disruptor, again a hero that just dies to the bounty hunter every fight. He was okay last game, but up until a certain point, this hero only works if you are winning the game. So if you're chasing them, always get the bonus kill. That's the strength of this hero. Are you going to be chasing a Chen and the bounty? Not necessarily. Usually not.
And you weren't happy when it got picked last time around. So again, still HR going for this. They've got to obviously try and make it work now in their favor. Would you expect them to work with it?
Just wondering if they'll get their Timber Saw again. Just do the same draft and ban Meepo. Like that's your true strength. But I'm surprised they didn't ban out the bounty earlier. I think that hero was extremely important in an IP's draft.
Like we said, that's really comfortable for them, right? That's just them to have a field day.
They didn't lose a game so far with bounty in all their pro games. If they pick bounty, they win with it.
And every time it was picked in the first phase. That's also the big deal. We are saying Kotal is not the bad hero, even though it has like 35% win rate, because it's always picked in the first phase. But bounty, they pick it in the first phase, and they always win. Like that has to tell you something. Do you have something prepared for him? From what I see, this is not burst damage. This is not control. It's not the way you deal with the bounty.
It's just their player. They do play it on position 1 as well. But Saberlight, going back to Hippomaniacs, this is where these two came from, actually. Supreme and it was a Czech stack, one of those rare teams. I'm actually sad that they disbanded, but this obviously works better for both of them. It was one of those rare teams in Dota that where all the players come from the same country. They were qualifying to WSG last year. I was going to say yesterday, last year, and they would always give him these heroes that are able to run in, be super aggressive from the offlane. If you remember the Axe with phase boots, he innovated that. He's one of the first players that started doing this. You creepskick with Axe for a little bit, then you buy Bracer, phase boots, and you gank mid. And he would do it every single fight, every single game. And Bounty Hunter fits his play style because he wants to be aggressive.
So what we're saying, right, about the whole Bounty Hunter thing, there's not seen a loss yet with Nip on our pro games for it. Is this HR saying we're going to find a way to make sure it happens? We're going to beat you down and take that away from you? Because otherwise I really can't see the madness as to why they're not banning it out.
That's what I told you. Maybe they want to break their spirits, but it's not working. And now we have a Jug who is a perfect hero for this game. Jugger doesn't die in this game. He literally never dies. Bounty Hunter, if he gets a pipe, he also never dies. And you have a Chen behind you. How do you kill these heroes? It's a big problem for Hellraisers. This time around, they have the last pick again, though. And hopefully they get some burst damage, something that can kill a hero fast, so that then you can play from there. They have solid chase.
I just want to say they didn't ban it.
Oh my god.
They didn't ban it. I don't want to... Okay, I see. They didn't ban it, they prepared for it. All right. Okay. I can see this working.
Okay, you said they prepared for that. We're also seeing the Ember Phoenix, which you normally see picked at the beginning anything, right? So a later on pick here for HR. They've clearly thought things out on how this is going to go down.
Yeah, they baited the Meepo pick out, and they countered it with an Elder Titan. This Elder Titan is not only good for the Meepo, I really liked it overall for the game. It's very strong with Phoenix. It's a hero that will be able to just crush the Meepo in the laning stage, hunt him afterwards, and it's going to be extremely difficult for him to play. But you end up again with a mid Elder Titan, and it looks like a free jug game.
Dude, but I've seen this Elder Titan kill everyone in one hit against the Meepo.
This is one of more interesting mechanics in Dota, right? So if you Elder Titan, you fire the spirit, and the amount of units that you hit directly correlates the amount of damage that you're going to gain when the spirit retreats. So Meepo has 5 or 4 Meepos, right? And when you hit every single one, you hit for like 1,000 damage. So this game is going to be fun no matter what.
We're going to see some craziness. We're going to see some excitement then with it all. Looking at these drafts, though, has this swayed you more towards HR again now? Are you guys still in the NIP camp?
I'll go for NIP. I really like the Elder Titan. If this was a pub game, I think this left lineup is going to destroy the right lineup. But I think that NIP know how to play against this, that they're going to dodge this Elder Titan in the beginning of the game and then find the right time where actually to pounce and kill him. Other than that, Jugger, it's just a perfect game.
Yeah, let's just satisfy Cinderan and say this isn't a clear win for an IP. It's not 50, it's somewhere 55, 45%, because as you said, Elder Titan can really devastate the game for a Meepo, just this team fight, but you can play against that, and I have seen many teams be successful versus that. You get that one Aegis fight off of that, plus you have Meepo and Juggernaut versus the Egg. I'll favor NIP once again, but I'm hoping for game 3. I really am.
All right, thank you very much, panel. It is time for us to go back to Sunsfan and Cinderan. And did you hear that? Lizard is even trying to agree with you guys a little bit, but do you agree with him?
I mean, why is this a landslide victory for NIP, Lizard? Why isn't it?
No, you tell us.
Honestly, more than anything, I'm just excited to see, first of all, the fact it's always cool to see in Dota when a team picks almost the same lineup and one switches some things up. HR after the last game probably realized what mistakes they made. I wonder why they didn't pick ET in the first game. If the thing is a really good counter to Meepo, it wasn't banned, right? When they picked the Shadow Fiend in the end, so that maybe they were like you said, they forgot the Meepo, and then they also forgot their own Elder Titan. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you just have a little bit of a... Is it called amnesia? I think it is, right?
Yeah, amnesia. That is a word. It's funny, though, because we did literally talk about that hero and the interactions with it. So we're going to get to see it. I can attest, Cinderan, that it's still strong against a lot of heroes. I've seen it firsthand. Actually, it's very, very strong.
Honestly, I still stand by what I said in the first game. I don't think NIP had like a mega outdraft in that game and should just roll it the way they did. And I think in this game, it's even closer for me. And I picked Hellraisers to win last game. I think they dropped the ball a bit, and NIP just rolled over them, played super well with the advantage that they got. So, like the panel pointed out, I think from an idealistic standpoint of how to play the game, I think HR's lineup in game 1 was just harder to execute correctly. So they need to play to a very high level the whole time. So ease of execution was not theirs. But if they play their best, I think they can win that game. This game for me, it's easier for them as well. But
there's some good news for Hellraisers regardless, Cinderan. They have a really good Roche fighting team around the pit.
Yeah.
Problem is they can't take Roche.
Right.
Unless it's already at 25% HP.
To try.
This time they can...
So we don't even bother.
Can bait NIP now and can take the Roche once it's low. Okay. Right. And you can scout with your Astral Spirit all day long. But we did mention this as well against the Egg. I mean, Phoenix in general with the Sunray pretty good against Meepo, but of course it works the other way around. Meepo destroys super fast, Jug can spin, hit the Egg. So it's going to be a hard Phoenix game like when it gets to the mid to late stages as far as positioning goes.
Phoenix does have this ability to act like a magnet, though, right? If you're playing a lineup that feels like it should kill the Egg, it's pretty likely that it tries to do it, and that's where you set up your entire combo. I think you need to be a little bit careful as Dire going for the Egg because of the insane counterplay potential Disruptor ET have onto your Meepo. Fortunately, you have the Jugger who can, in the beginning, can get it done on his own by just sitting in and hitting the egg, since there's no BKB piercing stuns or magic immunity piercing stuns on the Radiant. But later, as Phoenix gets levels, it might be a little bit tricky for Charlie. Yeah, it's very true. Like you talked about the Roche, right? They can't kill Roche. How does Radiant take towers, and how do they end the game? I think that's a bit of a concern here. Last game they had SF.
That's pretty easy.
Do it, right?
You have Elder Titan gain 500 damage from the Astral Spirit, and then you have a finite amount of time to hit towers. As long as the enemy is standing within range of it, which is a very long range, Cinderin, and as long as you keep them alive to keep supplying yourself with them towers. That's the play. I could be a coach one day.
Yes. For
Very
who?
impressive. I don't know, anyone, you know, as long as they pay. Lots of money.
The standards are out of control here.
Hey, what can I say? Charlie is going to be in the top lane on the Juggernaut with Seneco's Chen again. He's actually taking a lot of damage. He's taking damage from the Dive and the Spirits, but he will live as a result of this Divine Favor combination.
Phoenix's damage on level 2 is not very great. This level for an NIP when Roger hits level 3, but he has quite a way to go. Funnick got some of the solo XP up here, so Roger is 2.5. And let's see what creeps Chen finds, because this time they don't have the Clinks to just remove his creeps, so the creeps will actually play a really big role in this lane. So Neko's small camp has been blocked twice, body blocking. He opened it with a sentry, and next to his.
Bounty Hunter gets first blood in the bot lane. Not expecting that one. So Pushka, Disruptor, and Nyx Ember Spirit able to take him out.
I didn't catch that one, so I'm not sure how they got the kill, but you know, like just right now, this lane combo of Disruptor Ember, it's a lot of damage. If you get caught in the kinetic field, you take the full Strike, level 2 Flame Guard, and if you're harassed a little bit in advance from some Thunderstrike, then it opens up for an opportunity. So nice first blood for them. It, like you said, it went to Ember. So are maybe hoping for in this game with their strategy is that they can kind of ramp up the pace compared to the last game where, yes, they started taking some fights, but they still didn't really stop the Meepo from feeling comfortable. But in this game, if Ember explodes and if the Elder Titan explode, like they hit this insane timing in the, let's say, the 10 to 20 minute mark, maybe they can just run at them non-stop. Right. Ember getting a good start is definitely the way to go for that.
Do you think this is a good Ember game in general, though? As position one? I mean, we talked a lot about the team fight, right? As we're going to see a little bit of action here in the bot lane. Saberlight getting here to a degree. Actually, Inkswell looking at re-aggress potentially. But the team fight is definitely there for HR. You got the egg, which, like we talked about, can be, in theory, taken out very quickly. But of course, you do have Searing Chains, Disruptor ult, in addition to the ET ult zoning. So the egg could survive. But in terms of just as the hero versus Nip's entire roster, how does Ember look in general?
I think it's a bit weird to just look. Like, you need to look at the bigger picture of what Ember's going to play with, right? I think Ember by himself, if you just look at Ember versus Dire, it's not particularly great. But Ember plus the amount of follow-up he has poses a big threat. Like, his entire allied roster can follow up on Slight Chains. You can Static Storm, you can ET Stomp Splitter, you can get Fire Spirits off plus Egg, the Void Spirit can follow up.
Ooh, bottom lane.
Saberlight barely living there.
Yeah, these last ticks of Thunderstrike, not enough again.
But if you're looking at it as the true position one, if you're like, can this guy carry the game? It's not necessarily the best damage output game for Ember, just because the enemy team will want to buy all these auras. They have AoE healing, and Ember is, you know, for the most part, is a spread damage carry. Late game, when he gets like Rapier and stuff, he can start really destroying single targets, but mostly his damage spreads out across the fight. And that's where Chen's passive regen skill, his mech buildup, a possible pipe on bounty, if they do that again, which I'm assuming they will, it's going to mitigate a lot.
Okay. No, it's interesting that you said that, though, because it feels like my question was more revolved around like pub mentality. You know what I mean? Like, I look at position one as like, this doesn't really look that good, but yeah, in conjunction with a lot of these zoning spells that they have, of course, on a pro team, the executions could be a lot different, but you can definitely see it working out. Pushka level 4, looks like he's potentially going to get chase here? No, they're not going to go for him quite yet. Inkswell is level 2 on Era, and of course, as Saberlight levels up and gets the Shadow Walk, we're going to kind of see a poor man's Weaver combination that we saw so much of as Era, taking a lot of damage. Oh, nice sleight of fist dodging there, and they're going to be able to clean up the Grimstroke very easily. Saberlight looks to be next on the list potentially. Glimpse is available now.
Level 1.
Yeah, not quite in range though.
Yeah, so you need to have pretty good mechanical skill in a situation like that. Sleight of fist, obviously 0.2 seconds, so it's a bit of it's just twice as long a window as a Manta dodge, basically what he did there onto the Inkswell. Still very nice. Obviously, the more targets you hit with Sleight, the easier it gets, but he only targeted Era, so he felt very confident that he could pull that off, and he did. So nicely done.
Okay, Sani does is +2 meepos right now, so you can imagine like what kind of build do you go for? Like if you see this in a pub as bounty hunter is gonna drop to the bottom. What'd you say?
I think you go Axe, right? Oh my god, is he 4 hitting him? He kills him in 4 hits.
Well, Era's coming into play though, so they're baiting him a bit. Inkswell, if this connects, this could be a kill. It will. It's gonna be close though. He can just turn around and potentially punch him in the face, but no.
Wow, what a great play from IP. That was super good. Like, Supreme tanked 3 hits on one Meepo, rotates it out, brings in the other Meepo, tanks 2 hits on that, and it gives just enough time for the Grim to connect and narrowly reach that stun. That was actually just flat out perfect. That was super good. Nicely done. And a courier snipe for
Ember
Arrow too.
Spirits couriers down, yeah.
That's a phase boots being delayed.
So you said Ags on Elder Titan. Is this something that is somewhat common in this core
against
build?
Meepo? Yeah, it is.
Against Meepo, sure.
Yeah, it's really good.
Looking forward to it. I'm just used to the old right-click version. I guess you could still do it to a degree with Echo Saber and crap, but I don't know if pros actually utilize that as a position to Elder Titan.
Well, it looks like he's queuing up a drum first, but yeah. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be too mad at Echo Saber after Ags. It sounds like a pretty cool idea against Meepo, I'm not gonna lie. Getting 2 immediate 800 damage hits sounds pretty good to me. So could consider that. Usually you'll probably see AC or a crit as the more reliable options, but Echo has its charm, I think, in that.
I mean, the issue is you're getting that as a third item that feels worse.
But I don't think he should get it before.
AC.
That's my... Because then the Ags is too delayed. Like, he could even bypass the drum here, maybe, if he wanted, but it's just insane value to get all that moves. But yeah, we should Titan changed like 15 times in the last months. Let's remind ourselves. Over 2 seconds per effect enemy, the spirit returns, so it's not anymore. Oh, Saberlight mid. One more punch. One punch, man. Yep. Okay. A couple of punches, man. But
pretty good. Pretty good. Phoenix ends up dying in the top lane though, so it's a trade of sorts.
Do you?
One's being
You're the Aghanims expert here. Sani
pretty strong,
is not going in.
Yeah,
so
I don't know. We'll find out though. We'll find out.
I think I'm not really too accustomed to this Elder Titan stuff. I think it might be really important for him to have a Vlad's in the team. I'm thinking that would be super crazy value, right? You get insane lifesteal on your hits. You get the extra bit of armor against Meepo and Jugger. So I was just considering if any of their heroes would want to buy that. It's also good for Ember to have in the team. Wondering if Funnick will go for it, or the Phoenix is currently queuing up a Veil. very good for their team. They have insane amounts of magic damage.
Yeah.
Just more reliable damage onto Meepo since he can't BKB all of them.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the Vlad is obviously value, like you said, but at the same time, after Ags, it feels like you just want to go for big ticket items. Like the AC you brought up is probably gonna be the more normal choice in a game like this. But
love this play from NIP, by the way. Siege creep wave bottom, pressuring in. Oh, nice Centaur stomp. He's still fine though.
Will Remnant out, but looks like they want to defend here. Actually, a cancel TP as Saberlight gets glimpsed under the tier 1 tower now. Static Storm is available. No kinetic field to follow it up, but doesn't matter. Okay, Sani is here to finish the job. He is about 2,200 away from finishing his Aghanim Scepter in all its glory. Roger stealing the DD room.
Can we have a set for Elder Titan where his weapon is like a big church bell, and then every time it hits, it goes bong,
boom.
Dude,
that sounds too religious, but sure.
I want that set.
Can't call it a church. Call it a cowbell.
If anybody makes
really
the set,
cowbell.
I want a percentage. I'm just saying, this was my idea, and I will sue you.
All right, give him 1%. He'll make about $2 in today's workshop. Very profitable. Seneko, in the meantime, oh, nice Centaur stomping. Gonna be able to clean him up pretty easily, though. TP support Charlie has Omni / only level 1 either. There's a silence onto the Nyx, but there's not gonna be much to follow it up with. We'll get tracked for his troubles. Remnant put up again onto the high ground, and that'll break things up completely. As Meepo Supreme will continue to just farm in the jungle, going for, looks like the exact same build, the triple Wraithbane into E-Blade.
Yeah. And the gold line of the game is about the same as the last game, like a 1k lead, minute 13 for NIP. But they have had a
Static Storm kinetic field. Oh my goodness. Juggernaut just gets blown up.
All are healed for what?
Company. Yeah, the heal does not go through death, unfortunately. That is the one downside, as there's the glimpse again, and Saberlight will fall. So great rotations here for Hellraisers. As I don't think the Juggernaut was like, he wasn't the one laning against Elder Titan. Like, if it was Meepo, he'd know, right? But now Juggernaut knows after dying.
Wait, this guy hits real hard. Why didn't you tell me?
They're typing to each other. You ignore your teammates during the game. Let's be real.
I think the bigger play there is getting that kinetic field Static Storm out of the tree line on Jug. Like, it's very common for Jug to want to frontline in these situations because he can counterplay everything else than this exact thing. And Char obviously set it up very nicely there with Pushka. So currently rocking a 007 scoreline. A little bit of James Bond reference. Very nice.
Wow. Well done.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get any more kills, death throws this rest of the game. Let's see how they manage to do that.
One can hope. I'm sure the bets would be great on that one, honestly. They're the odds, I should say. Why don't we see more Elder Titan core when there's no Meepo? Like the old Bulba mid days, you know? Back when the hero was literally completely different on almost every level. But
That's a really good answer to your own question. Yes.
Well, look at his weapon, okay? He has a stapler, or a briefcase, as some like to call it. He's a guy that just likes to go to business. He likes to go to town on people. Why would you put him as a support ever? This is a core hero, Cinderin. He wants to beat people up. If you go to the office with a briefcase, you don't like your life very much. Chances are. I mean, I've been in that situation before.
To beat people up? What?
I don't know where I'm going with this one. Not gonna lie, I got stuck in that ramble and it just never ended.
Pushka gets super dead.
Okay, Sonny doesn't really take that much damage as Charlie takes a heap amount. A heap amount, whatever that means.
That's a big amount.
Continue on. Nyx. Maelstrom is applied, so does have a little bit to work with in terms of the spread damage to the Meepo.
Possibly in trouble here.
Inkswell, but he gets the silence off on the Phoenix, and Inkswell will connect. Looks like they actually want to fight, so better be careful. He's taking a ton of damage from Elder Titan. Uses his ult for the first time this game. It will actually connect on one. He'll apply all the pressure to the one on the back line. The poof going in, but there's the glimpse into the kinetic field. Looks like Supreme will die. Comes in with all his meepos, but that briefcase just hits too hard. He's not having a good day at the office today. So Neko looks to be next on the list. So 3 for nothing. They have no answer for Kaysani, and this is before his Aghanim Scepter.
I can't get over the mental image of you going into work to beat people up with a briefcase.
I mean, this is my personal experience.
Fight with a briefcase. It's so good. I don't know, man. It really doesn't fit your profile. That's why it's so funny.
Back when I had a real job, Cinderin, I was not happy. So I'm using personal experience.
So you're saying you got fired for beating people up, and then you got into sports?
She did get fired once, but it wasn't for beating people up. It was because I was so lazy at my job.
Oh, I find that almost impossible to believe. No way.
It was within the first week of employment. That's impressive. Like usually they give you some leeway, but not these guys. They're hard. It was for the.
Oh yeah.
Now I get to talk to you every week. Goodness gracious.
CS.
About video games. Saberlight glimpsed into the kinetic field. He's all alone for now, and well, they blow him up very fast. I mean, despite this, Nip is pretty much even in terms of net worth. I'm guessing a lot of that has to do with just the Meepo being able to farm efficiently than everybody on the map.
It still does feel like a much harder game for them right now than the previous one, just because HR has so much more tempo and so many more plays to make on the map. Last game, they were way more reliant on the Shadow Fiend really getting the job done, and now Ember can set them up, Void Spirit can set them up. Elder Titan even can give vision for glimpse of good synergies in HR that allows them to play more aggressive, play faster on the map, and not be scared of fighting. See Nyx going in here onto the Chen. I think HR didn't even access this area of the map last game, or barely, at least. Now they're just dominating the map.
There, Seneko. He's going to get stuck inside the kinetic field. There is a glimpse, but it's not really going to be to much effect as Seneko will fall, but the egg is destroyed. We talked about this combination, and this is a 1-for-1 trade. It's now Nyx and Kaysani on the high ground. We'll see if Meepo actually wants to fight the Soulbind onto 2. There's a double Omni slash JK. It's only on 1. And the fight will continue here. It looks like Meepo very low. Supreme basically one right click away as the Ember Spirit is going to commit. It's going to be extremely close. There's the Aether Remnant. It connects, but no. Supreme shall live despite the Urn Charge being applied to him. Now Kaysani with the Aghanim Scepter. Didn't notice how long that BKB was lasting, Synderin, but he will hightail away.
Seconds.
So Nip.
He only hit Jargon.
Supreme lives, and that is huge.
Yeah, that was real close once again for an IP, but nicely done getting out of there. And obviously the E-Blade is a really big difference maker here for Supreme. Having that allows him to counterplay the Elder Titan, where whatever target he's going on, one of them will have ice armor from Chen, and then Meepo can either E-Blade aggressively or defensively. Mostly will be defensively because of the Astral Spirit Ags, obviously. But yeah, used it to great effect there, did Supreme. Stayed alive. Really nice fight.
Yeah, I was actually thinking to bring that up as well. Funnick, do you think he will go for an Ags next? Because it's really good against Meepo. Oh, Nyx. Oh boy. Yeah, we got the combo potentially from Kaysani if they want to go for it, but his ult is down for 15. He's going to get E-bladed. The BKB. Let's see how long this lasts. How long
this is lasting really long.
That's really long. So, yeah. If he gets every hero, it's, what'd you say?
16 seconds.
16-second BKB, not bad.
He's never really going to hit 4 Meepos and the other 4 heroes, but it would be cool.
You never know. It could
Charlie
happen.
getting bot tower finally. 20 minutes this time around for the first tower for an IP. Last game it was, I think, 16.
True. It's definitely a different game here. Well, I think he was trying to go for this outpost, but he melts as the 20-minute mark approaches. Looks like that outpost will go to the Radiant. Charlie trying to go for the Dyers here. Will he get it is the question. Roger doesn't have a stun to speak of. And he will get it and will TP out to safety. Very nicely done. And not sure. How important is the 20-minute mark? We've talked about this one before, but as Elder Titan, wow. He gets caught off with absolutely nobody near him. Big kill there for Nip, and they're going to smoke out.
He must have had a bad Astral Spirit running. Meepo ran in and just overwhelmed him. If he has Astral Spirit ready when he gets jumped, he can Astral the Meepo, pull back in Spirit instantly and just run away. But this time around it wasn't cooldown. He tried to stomp, didn't manage to get it off and got killed. And it's a nice kill. I believe Saberlight was involved for the track gold there as well. So ET is it's just so deceptive, right? This hero, like you look at the net worth right now and he's like 3K behind the Meepo, but it feels like
you're right.
Good fight. Just his net worth is just so insanely valuable if everything connects. Saberlight will get healed. Oh, dusted. Didn't land.
Spirit Vessel is upon him, so he's getting even lower, but there's the healing word to keep him safe. Glimpse back. This is Supreme in the wrong place right now. The egg is placed on top along with the Elder Titan. Old Meepo is dead. Charlie trying to blink kill, but not enough. And that is a 2-for-0. That's both cores dead for Nip, as the rest of the team has to hightail away. Funnick does find Chen with the Aether Remnant, and then a Glimpse back will meet a third kill going the way of Hellraisers. Question is, how much more can they get past this?
It's kind of crazy when you think about it, right, on this Elder Titan topic, that you can have a hero with this, like, let's say he's 3k net worth behind the Meepo. His net worth is just so insanely good that when you consider how much gold you get for killing this Elder Titan compared to the Meepo and how it impacts the game, it's such a, like, the risk reward is just really nicely favoring you, because you could even die 2 or 3 fights in a row, but you know if you get that one good Astral Spirit, your net worth counts like triple almost in fights, right, in terms of impact. Right. So it's really crazy that, like, if it wasn't for track on the other side, right, then it's even worse. But at least NIP have that going for them when they do find kills. Not like they found too many this game.
I mean, I think a part of that, now that I think about it a little bit more, Cinder, in case, like, Elder Titan just doesn't farm well. He can kill if you play him a core, but he doesn't really farm well, which is actually opens up for why you would go for something like the Echo Saber, which he is going for now. It's an item that you can afford. It'll help you get more kills, help you farm a little bit, I suppose, but going for like an AC would just take forever at this stage of the game. It looks like,
oh, they jumped the mid, instant kill.
Disruptor ult, and he gets killed within his own ult.
I thought he was soulbound. Oh yeah, they killed Disruptor, so the soulbound ended. That was actually a bit of a mistake.
Getting really low. The remnant from the Ember Spirit, not enough to take him out. Not in line, in fact, as the Elder Titan again will fall. So despite feeling like they're almost behind in a lot of these fights, NiP just keeps coming back. They get the tier 1 tower. They can go for Roshan now. They have the Rosh killing lineup.
Yep.
And with Elder Titan dead, they don't really have much of a defense. It's really just egg.
This is such a big moment. ET dying like this in the middle of the map on his own, like you said, just super costly. And getting a little bit of flashbacks to game number 1, not gonna lie. Sure, this time they didn't go into the Rosh pit, but they did give a freebie away without buying. And easy cleanup here. There is nothing they can do.
Saberblight might have to sacrifice himself here, but I think the rest of NiP will be perfectly fine with that.
Yep.
A 1-4 Roshan, as now Meepo finally has the Aegis he's always wanted.
And
one of the best Aegis carriers in the game.
I wonder a little bit how familiar Kasani is with this type of gameplay as Elder Titan, because what he did right before he entered the fight in mid was he threw an Astral Spirit at the Chen and his creeps, stomped and pulled it back in. And then he has cooldown on his Astral Spirit. It's a 17-second cooldown. And he got 1 stack of magic immunity. It expired right away. So he for the next 15 seconds, he's exposed. And I think you need to, as Elder Titan in this kind of game, you need to really be careful with how you throw your Spirit. It's your bread and butter. It's everything. Without Spirit, your hero is just bad right now. You've invested everything into this spell, so you can't throw it away like this. It really needs to connect on heroes or be used in a fight, or at the very least, if there's nothing better to do, then I think don't use it. The enemy team has no stuns, so if they try to jump you and you have Astral Spirit ready, you can very quickly. It's kind of like popping a BKB, right? You throw it out, you instantly pull it back in. You get magic immunity, and you can stand in and fight your ground. So,
yeah.
In this instance, he did get isolated by Jugger, which, again, if you have magic immunity there, it doesn't help. Maybe the armor could have offset it. Who knows? But they were just flat out caught out of position. Big win for an IP there. And let's see if they can do what they did last game now and snowball this into another W.
Yeah, I mean, just to remind people that this stage of the game, maybe not quite at this time frame, but in terms of Meepo items, this is when they won the game with these items. He had enough to finish his sheep stick, so it's a little bit in the future, but he never ended up even getting it.
It was a bit later.
Oh, did he have Scotty?
Yeah, he had a Scotty too. Right. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Scotty, I think Charlie, he's either going for Scotty or an Aghanim Scepter, but I feel like Ags on Jug is real bad until you get a bunch of items. As cool as it does sound.
It's a bit... I think we've had this conversation before on the cast, right? Like when we talked about when new Ags come out and people have to rate them, and they're like, it's hard to gauge. Like most people thought the IO Ags when it came out wasn't anything special. It was like, okay. Some people said it's really good. Some people said it's the worst. Some said it's all right. And then it just turns out in the right strategy with the right timing, it was busted. And it's kind of the same with this Omnislash one where people were like, I guess it's okay. And then when you look at the stats a little bit more and you try playing it and feeling it and using it in the right situation, it has seemed really good in some games where, you get this high range initiation on Juggernaut by having it. It gives you a secondary escape. It gives you farming speed because Quick Slash can very quickly farm a camp or push a wave. There's a lot of advantages to this item. It is what he's buying, by the way. He's not going Scotty.
Yeah, he just put in his quick buy. I'm excited to see it. I mean, he does have Mask of Madness, so I guess that's the argument there is you don't need technically attack speed items when you have the Mask of Madness. You just pop it while you're Omni slashing or Swift slashing in that case.
Got to be a bit careful though, right? Because it outlasts the Swift Slash by a lot of time. So then you're exposed afterwards. I think using Swift Slash with Mask of Madness can be a bit dangerous.
Yeah.
Omni Slash has a duration, so it outlasts a big chunk of the Mask of Madness.
Omni Slash, yeah, I guess that's the good point.
You can't use them both in succession, right? Like whichever one you used first with Mom, you can't cast the other one. So what you probably do is use Swift Slash without Mask of Madness to get in position, and then you Omni Slash with Mask of Madness.
Oh my god, Disruptor ult trying to save him, but not even remotely close. But he did get his ult off inside the Static Storm. Meepo was very low, but again, the Healing Ward, the Sustain, Nip, 2 games in a row. This
Caught out without
plus whatever else they have.
Astral Spirit, really once again. That is really the name of the game. They're trying to kill this ET with Spirit down. HR needs to get the hell out of here. Oh, Roger's dead.
Yep, Roger's donezo. I mean, one thing about the Aghanim Scepter from Elder Titan, and the reason it's not picked up in normal games is because you have to wait for the spirit to get to you. So there's a delay, and there's ways to play around that. If you jump them, like if you had a BKB, he could have lived, in theory. Right?
It's a matter of how HR spread their heroes on the map, though. Like Elder Titan is not supposed to initiate. Right? He has Ember, Disruptor, Void Spirit to do that for him. But if he's stranded on an island like this and he gets jumped, it's obviously going to look bad. But that also means you're not playing the lineup to things, right? Where he wants to be a follow-up. All right, he got 800 damage right now.
Got it this time. Let's see if he can do anything with it. Trying to right-click away. Supreme getting very low. Is actually going to get stunned somehow from the Void Spirit. That was really good aim, if you want to call it that. There's Omni Slash, Soulbind onto 2. Funnick is donezo. Elder Titan has to go back to base. This looks like a Rax at the very least. There's the Kinetic Field. Static Storm is up in 10 seconds. They're going to get the melee Rax, but unlike last game, Nip have to back. Supreme, that's the
Charlie
Aegis.
stopped his TP.
Charlie, very low, will drop as a result. And he got Aghanim Scepter in base now. He can enjoy that while you wait to respawn as Meepo. I mean, they get the melee racks, but they lose both cores again. I mean, it feels like they've lost these 2 cores in several fights, but then they just come back. They pick off the Elder Titan and then they push. That's kind of what the games felt like from Nip's side.
When it works, it works. You can really see from HR how insane it is when it lands. And again, the huge difference maker for me is they get to make the move. The enemy team is showing on your high ground, so you get to initiate. You catch with Static Storm Field, then you can follow up with the ET getting his Spirit on. I think 6 heroes in that instance. He got 4 Meepos plus 2 others, plus 700 damage, runs in and just smacks. And you saw him queue up a Ghost Scepter, actually. I wonder if his logic here is, well, when I'm getting jumped by Meepo and Jugger, if I have Ghost Scepter, I can stay alive. And then whenever I want to break the Ghost, I can do that by using Astral Spirit, because it gives me magic immunity, so it removes Ghost Scepter. Kind of like when you BKB your own Ghost Scepter.
Destroy him in... Okay.
It's not enough damage at all. He has like 3k health. ET's a beefy boy, in theory. He just doesn't have any armor, so when Meepo gets on top of him, it looks easy.
Like, despite these fights, we've seen him die a few times, obviously, but remember when I brought up it feels like I brought up the Echo Saber almost 10 minutes ago, but obviously it's not been that long. He's just finishing it now. Like, he has not farmed as fast
2 or
as you think.
3 times in the last, I want to say 10 minutes. He's died 3 times, I think. So it's definitely been delayed. This isn't, again, the cost-benefit thing, right? It's an insane value item on this hero. You pay 2,000 gold for this almost one-shot combo on any hero. There's only one other hero in Dota that Echo Saber gives this much immediate burst value on, and that's Sven, right? Like, Monkey King gets it to build up Jingu stacks, which is just a very well-rounded item for the hero throughout the game. But on this hero, it's just something special.
Freaking Sven, man.
If you think of the damage increase per gold, and you compare it to what other heroes pay for the same thing, ET is very happy this item exists.
You know what they need to do for Sven to bring him back, Cinderin? One change, among others.
He needs to start with like 5 buffs.
He does need, I think he needs stats plus, but from a skill perspective, I have a personal problem with the fact that if you get Aghanim Scepter and Echo Saber, they don't stack. I think that's dumb. Should not work that way.
I really don't think that changes anything right now.
It's a huge difference. That's one extra hit, Cinderin. It should
It
stack.
is
Okay.
under the condition that you get the items.
You can get it if you boot, like I said, give him like 20 stats to all attributes, and then that other change, and he'll be good. I should be balancing.
To send illusions to push the map. Lycan is a transformation hero, but when his ulti is on cooldown, he can send wolves to push lanes, he can scout, he can push lanes with his necro book that he buys, and his transformation is, I almost want to say objectively speaking, just flat out way stronger for a very long time in the game. Like Shapeshift is just a better spell than
Well,
God
it's
Strength
funny,
is,
as the
so.
game now will be on pause, so we'll stop talking about Sven now. JK, I'm just going to finish up Cinderin. When the Ags came out, the latest Ags for him, he was busted. And I thought they would micro nerf him, but they really went to town. We just have not seen him at all since then.
Yeah.
And the Sven talk is over, guys. You can subscribe to the Sven talk anytime you like at hashtag Sven talk on Twitter. Doesn't look like the tier 2 tower will fall, though, as Hellraisers will back off now. And remember, we're back in this game. Echo Saber is now complete on the Elder Titan.
Yep.
We'll see how much difference it makes
And
here.
he's
As
going
Ember
to
Spirit has a
Phoenix.
Yule's Maelstrom Deso. So all the spread he can get onto this meepo.
Yeah. And the Deso is the big one here because it makes Elder Titan kill Meepo way faster, right? He's had it for a long time now, but it's still... It kind of compensates for the fact that Ember is very spread damage heavy, that you have this insane single target in Elder Titan. It means that whoever gets isolated can really die, but you once again see the problem. They get this really good fight, but they couldn't even take the mid tier 2, right, when they push the other way. So you need to overwhelmingly win a fight in the enemy side of the map to get some meaningful real estate out of it. And you can't, like, I don't know when you can kill Roche with this Radiant lineup. I actually don't know.
Not in a good way.
It will take them forever in the current state to kill Roche, because ET can't get damage when the enemy lineup's dead.
Yeah.
So
Once they get 8, maybe it'll get a bit easier. More extra minus armor to go along with the Deso. But
Chen
it's
takes
not like it's going to
tower.
take... It's not like it's going to be instant, like the Meepo. Meepo Jug, pretty freaking fast. Funnick, looking to scout things out here. There is a ward from Nip's side, so they do see Funnick. Trying to actually de-ward. Here's my goodness. Disruptor is dead. Was that just a Swift Slash? That wasn't even the Omni. Jeez Louise. I mean, that's the beauty of having Swift Slash is you can bait out like Ghost Scepters and whatnot, and then you just wait it out, and then you go for the actual Omni Slash. I mean, theoretically speaking, this item is very cool. Makes a lot of sense. And this tier 2 tower, it's going to take some heavy damage.
it's gonna die.
Echo Stomp. Charlie's going to spin to win. And they're going to get that one for free. So it's a 10k net worth lead for Nip at the current point in time. Roger. We scouted here by Saber Saberlight very shortly. Actually moves himself out of the trees.
Something to keep in mind about Roger's build now is that I think Egg is very reliable in the game now. If he jumps in with Icarus Dive and halberds the Jug, he can kind of just egg where he is, whatever location it is. Because then you only have one option as the Dire, and that is commit your Meepo to kill off the egg. And if you do that, the whole combo lands. So he kind of can't do that. So the Jugger, who was the X factor against the egg, is now out of the picture if he gets halberded. Oh,
Saberlight. This is the smoke gank. I mean, if you're Nip, you're relatively okay with this.
You got 4 bounties, right? That's great. No problem.
It's the 30-minute mark as well. Both outposts went to Nip this time around. So yeah, I think they're going to be okay with that overall. The smoke gank is actually a little late to actually get that outpost. Yeah, Charlie will be fine. I mean, is there anything they can do about this this spin TP? Do you get like a basher on somebody? It feels kind of weird to bet on any of these here.
Get one Ember, but it's unreliable, right? Like you don't know what you're gonna bash when you slide. It's really weird.
If you upgrade it to Abyssal, you can.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It's I don't think you want an ET either. I mean, maybe the Abyssal is good after AC. It could be.
Yeah, I could see that, but he's so far away from AC.
Yeah, it's gonna take forever because, like you said, the hero doesn't farm very fast, so it's gonna take some time.
Right now, we're at the point where Supreme was very strong, similar to last game.
Last game he had Scotty, not Hex, and this time he has Hex, not Scotty, so it's not the same time again.
He flipped it, okay? And he's on his way to finishing as Scotty.
And it is a really good Hex
rush
game.
Is Nip right now, by the way? What is?
It's a really good Hex game, sorry, on the Meepo. The Scythe is very good against Ember and Void Spirit. Ember buying Lincolns for that reason. He is anticipating that will be a problem. He's actually close to having it, which would be a really big item for Nyx. But NIP might be looking for a move there, and they have smoke ready. They're in a good position here on the map. Maybe they just push the tower and stand strong in this area.
I mean, the problem with the Lincoln,
I'm
not saying Lincolns is the wrong choice, but you can easily track into an instant initiation from Meepo. Not that difficult to pull off in theory, but you do need the bounded with you, I suppose. That's
it does change the map a bit.
Well, they're gonna get a tier 2 tower for free, does Charlie, and based on the positioning, I think Hellraisers probably thinks he's being backed up here, but it is a smoke for Nip on the other side of the map. They're looking. What are they actually going for here? Just going for some D wards. There's a scan coming out as well in the Roche pit, so they could go for Roche without the fear of that. Oh, but there's the Aether Remnant. Will actually taunt Roche himself. But with the ETO, this becomes so much more difficult to take. Like, Nip can kill Roshan quickly, but Hellraiser's team fight is far superior in the confined space.
Yeah.
So you basically just have to go for pickoffs in order to take it.
NIP went over here because they were concerned that HR were actually getting Roche eventually. Like, they scanned it out as well, right? They can kill it. It takes really long. Maybe they were just like, let's hope they make the same mistake as game 1. And it would be great.
Yeah.
But they obviously didn't go for it. But yeah, they were off the map for so long that NIP were wondering. Okay, Jugger will try to break the smoke here successfully.
Saberlight again will break, and he will likely get blown up. Or is he? Looks like Omni Slash. It was that maybe a Swift Slash. We'll see. Funnick takes the brunt of the damage, but Phoenix is getting initiated on, but there's the egg into the static storm. Can they actually prevent this from going off? But no, the egg does die, but Elder Titan destroys Mr. Meepo. The Saberlight getting pretty low, but the Inkswell will not connect. Nick's a nice job again from mitigating that completely. The buybacks from both the Meepo and the Phoenix. That was the last astral step from Funnick to get away. And with this, we'll see how aggressive Nip wants to be. I mean, Meepo is back in the fray. They could go for more. They don't have to worry about that ET ult anymore.
They still have to worry about the Astral Spirit, though. That will always be a factor. The biggest part of Elder Titan's kit right now is online non-stop. So bring back to not remove.
435 right now on the damage department. Oh my god.
AK is way uglier than that. He had plus 800 in his own base earlier. If he hits everyone, it's crazy. He gets 105 damage per hero. So
pretty dirty. Phoenix taking a Swift Slash to the face, but will live. Spin, TP, and we'll be fine.
He's making so much space for the Roche.
That's true. Roche is being taken out, and looks like Saberlight might want to sacrifice himself again. Sleight of Fist is pretty big. He might have to back out, though. Yeah, this would be a dieback for the Meepo if he goes down. And I think with this, they're going to have to back. There's the Soulbind onto 2. Looks like the Disruptor dies right off the bat. Ember Spirit getting very low along with the Phoenix, but looks like they're going to survive. There's this onslaught. Charlie taking the right clicks from Kaysani with plus 555 damage, and down goes the Juggernaut. Does have buyback, will use it immediately. Echo Stomp on the entirety of Nip as the BKB will continue on at Supreme. That is a dive. No, the E-Blade keeps him alive a little bit longer, but falls shortly after. And now Saberlight will go down. It's a double kill. And here's the true Omni Slash onto the Elder Titan. Finally goes down. The briefcase is no more. You've been fired, my friend. You have to buy back in the game immediately. Charlie spins. Not quite in range of this egg, but will still get stunned up. And that is a dieback on the Juggernaut now. Kinetic Field not able to catch anybody out of Seneko attempting the TP. And Nyx will find the Yules. That is 4 dead right now, but that is a double dieback for Nip and a free Roche find. Hey, this is the Roche they always wanted. They can't take Roche unless it's at quarter HP. And here we go. Great fight for Hellraiser.
And you saw there in the end, I mean, it's kind of highlighting the fact what Phoenix could do, right? He just dove on top of Jugger, halberted him, and just pressed egg in front of his face. And Charlie spun and was like trying to hit the egg, it looked like, and I was like, oh wait, I can't do that. It doesn't work. And then he couldn't get out. So a bit weird there. But yeah, that was what HR needed. They needed a fight around the Roche pit where they get to initiate, and well, that's basically all, right? If they initiate the fight and they can land their spells, their team fight is still insanely good against this Meepo. And despite Jugger's best efforts to buy space together with the bounty, they still took too long to kill Roche. And I think it might have been a mistake to have Jugger be spacing there, because just Jugger's extra damage and that Deso could have maybe killed the Roche in time if somebody else could have bought the same amount of time or something similar. It didn't work.
I find this so funny, though, and it's kind of a microcosm of how I feel about Dota. I think a lot of people as well, where kills just don't give you that much goal. Kaysani, oh, we're going to see the Chen die in the bot lane, but Kaysani still is not even close to an assault, Cinderin. Look at his net worth. It's in the middle of the pack, and obviously you said that net worth is maybe a bit misleading for a hero like Elder Titan when you're facing a Meepo, but still, regardless of all that, like, how does he not have an assault? That's crazy.
Big Phoenix kill bot for NIP. Yep, they got him with Bounty plus Grimstroke. Pretty nice combo that those two have. Grimstroke on the Phantom's Embrace, and then Bounty halberds him. He can't ever get the silence off. Pretty damn annoying to deal with for the Phoenix in that instance. And we'll get killed off. And now HR needs to don't step, because Phoenix is a pretty key ingredient in their team fight, and they're not gonna try to pursue any further because of that. But Meepo. Oh, Glimpse! Oh, this is such a big kill.
And they will find the kill very easily. Glimpse was just in time.
And then they split his corpse in two as well with Elder Titan. Very nice.
Yes.
Killed him and they buried him right after.
Buried. He got buried, son.
Bird.
Well, Funnick looking for potential some more Era and Charlie. Looks like they want to fight. Soulbind onto 2, despite not having the buyback onto the Meepo. Inkswell will connect on pretty much the entirety of Hellraisers. Disruptor ult comes out. Charlie stuck inside. Can he get anything off? Finally, the Omni Slash is there. That is the Aegis. The buyback now onto the Void Spear is going to have to TP back. It's going to take him a while to get here. And they're just going to take out the Elder Titan very quickly. Despite not having the Meepo, Nip wins this fight handily.
4v4, no Meepo, no Phoenix. And HR initiate here, and they try to kill the Jugger. They couldn't take him down because of his high armor. And again, you got to respect your Elder Titan. You're not that good when Meepo isn't there. Like, you didn't have the damage to kill the Jugger because guess what? Your steroid in the enemy team is dead. So Charlie tanks through the whole thing, switches on the ult, gets 2 kills. They waste a buyback on the Void Spirit as well, trying to get this out of there. And just as HR were in a good spot again, they just dropped the ball. And now Meepo can get summoned down here as soon as he spawns by Divine Favor. They're going to lose Rax. There's no other time. They can't find it.
Yeah, definitely.
They might just have lost the game, actually.
They could go for more. His buyback is down for 4 minutes, so he's not coming back no matter what. Fortifications popped, and with that, Meepo, has he been brought back in? He has. Perhaps waiting for a jump here. Could just go for the racks into. I mean,
There's the track play.
I'm sure
that
they
you
know
talked
that the dieback or the buyback is down. And this is going to be a free racks bottom. Let's see if they can go for the top lane.
30 seconds
They
is a
will
good
most
amount of time
certainly
for a Meepo jug.
Indeed, glimpse, Saberlight. They're just trying to waste as much time as possible. They don't want to probably commit to anything here. Decent amount of damage done to Bounty, especially with that Spirit Vessel applied. Healing Ward not out at the moment. Actually continuing on. Funnick jumps in, only has his W to get away. Phoenix, this is a huge kill, but he gets the egg off and instantly dies to the Meepo. That is a huge part of their team fight down now as Funnick looking to try to take out this Juggernaut, and they will. So Nip, despite looking like they were about to win the game potentially, did not go for the third racks, instead tried to fight under the tier 4s. And now Elder Titan is back in tow, my friends. Snako pops the Ghost, will fall shortly after Ember Spirit. Trying to go for some more Supreme. This could be a huge kill for them. And yeah, with Kaysani, ridiculous damage coming through. Divine Rapier picked up on the Ember Spirit. Looks like he'll be getting that very shortly. And the Bounty Hunter will be the last kill in this engagement. They do have 2 buybacks, but on none of the cores.
The really big thing there, Meepo was trying to jump and burst the Ember Spirit, but the Lincoln's was up. They hadn't pre-popped it, so he blinks. Lincoln's blocks the Hex. And now you've suddenly just placed your Meepo in the middle of everything with no kill on the Ember. He counterplays him, the ET comes in, and they clean up. It's impossible to predict right now what's happening in this game. All of these fights are pretty scrappy and like crazy stuff is going on. But it's very entertaining for sure.
Yeah,
oh, Era might get caught here by the Yule. He will.
He gets the silence off, but it'll be taken off very quickly, and yeah, he's dead. So Nyx now hurts a lot.
He can push.
Meepo,
he has a rapier.
Yeah, that's
break
their pushing item. I mean, very standard for pushing.
Yep.
First thing I think of is rapier, for sure. Meepo does have buyback. We'll be back in 20, so can basically have 2 lives once he's back up and running.
You need to kill Ember now. You can't focus ET and expect that the fight is clean anymore. That's the nice thing about this rapier, is it's high risk, but the reward is also very, very high, since it makes NIP's team fight less clear-cut how they play it now. Especially if Nyx, even just a Crystallis right now would be crazy value with what he has, but might see him saving for the buyback. I don't know if that's worth it with losing the rapier. Maybe you just go flat out all in with your itemization here.
Well, we got the tier 4 items trickling in. See if we get anything juicy. Flicker on, I believe that was the side of Hellraisers.
Prince. Not sure.
Gear's pretty good on Meepo, I would think. Yeah, he has it on him right now. That sounds really nice.
Definitely good.
What about the side of Hellraisers? What did they pick up? Do you have the Flicker? It's going to be on Elder Titan. What can he take off? Track?
Yeah.
Take off the... I don't think... No, Dispel doesn't work against the silence from Grimstroke.
No.
I guess in theory, Penitence.
Yeah.
I mean, can he flicker? I guess flickering during like an Omni Slash. Is that enough range though?
How much is it? 600? I actually don't know. That would be a pretty cool interaction if he could outrange Omni Slash somehow with that. That sounds possible to me, actually, that would be enough.
Ooh.
But he swapped in the Spider Leg again, so wants the free movement.
Fair enough. Spell Prism is God tier, by the way. I do believe I would call it the best tier 4 item. Obviously, some of them are game dependent, but the thing is redonk.
Lotus Orb on Funnick. He can now counterplay Swift Slash and Omni Slash.
Yeah.
Ally. Imagine Omni Slash Elder Titan when you have Astral Spirit buff. God, I want to see this so bad right now.
By the way, he gave up on the assault.
Bad.
I don't know if we mentioned that. He bought a plate mail and just gave up. He's like, this is never happening. It's been 30 minutes. I've been working with him. We'll be going for BKB on top of the Ags.
And on top of Minotaur Horn. So now he has a second Dispel here through the... Right. He really wants to be immune to stuff. That's pretty clear right now. I don't know if that...
Does Ags even make sense with BKB? Do you
guarantees that you can,
getting Ags?
He definitely doesn't regret getting it. X. No way.
Okay. All right.
But
I mean, he's buying a BKB. That to me, that feels like he's regretting it.
I'm wondering if he should go a Lincoln's as well, similar to the Ember, for the same reasons.
Yeah, the sheep.
I don't know.
Initiation for sure.
Yeah, and also maybe overkill, right? You already now he swapped the horn out. Now I like the BKB again because when he was carrying the Minotaur, and he already had that to set off his guaranteed Astral Spirit, right?
All right, we'll see. I can't wait to see him be magic immune for 30 seconds to fight.
Well, the problem is he
26,
can't. He has to stack them, right? He can't just pop his BKB, then he's not useful.
Oh.
He has to use the Astral on top of it. So
Yeah.
durations overlap regardless.
At least, I mean, he's banking on this going real late, and then he's going to go 5-second beats. There's a smoke here from Nip. Kinetic field. Getting a little bit of vision here. Not sure if Hellraisers are aware of this. Level 25 on Funnick now. Simulate stuns for 2.5 seconds. That is a very good. Was nerfed. It used to be 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Jugger.
Yeah, Juggernaut's in a lot.
They don't have their damage.
Gonna get the Elder Titan ult coming through, dealing decent amount to Juggernaut, but it looks like he will fall very shortly. It's not the Omni Slash, though. It's going to be reflected from the Lotus Orb. He's going to Omni again. That's the Swift Slash to follow. He is healing so much from both Chen and his healing ward. He's going to apply all his pressure to the potion now.
Look at
Here comes the Elder Titan with the right-click Supreme running away, but gets glimmered, gets glimpsed back. This is all about the Elder Titan show. He's going to get silenced now. He might have brought down. He's going to eat the cheese. He's trying to right-click the Supreme. It's going to be close. It's a 1-for-1. They trade each other, essentially, and the buybacks are coming through. Meepo, everybody has bought back into the game now as the chase continues. As Chen goes Scepter, probably not going to keep you safe too much longer, my friend. As Charlie, still alive, gets the slide. That is enough to take out Disruptor all on his lonesome, and he's going to buy back into the game along with the Chen. So back to a 5v5 despite everybody that has died in this fight. And they're just going to reset.
I thought so. ET hit a 6-hero Astral Spirit. It looked like to me it traveled through all of the Meepos. It comes back in, he's like, let's go, boys. He runs in, I'm like, oh, look at the Titan. He hit plus 225 damage. Like, what happened? Why didn't...
I don't know.
Did he just... Was his spirit just short of all of the Meepos there? So he didn't land it? So he didn't stop the spirit. That's really big. That's a Roche for NIP now. Aegis Cheese, Ag Scepter on Jugger currently. Wait, give it to? Or was there? Wait, was that just Roche number 2? Am I seeing?
No, there was Ag. He gave it to Bounty Hunter, so you're gonna have the Donata steal now.
Okay.
Or the bounce.
Oh boy.
So that is. I'm trying to think if there's a better one. Grimstroke's Ag is not good this game.
Yeah, exactly.
Meepo. I mean, if you're not used to playing with the extra Meepo, then it's not great. Plus,
you're just making ET stronger.
Yeah, that too. You're making ET stronger. And Chen, is it still just the heal increase? What does it do now? I can't remember. What does it do? Wow, I have no...
Ancient takeover?
Is it not a talent? Oh, maybe it is.
No.
Okay. I'm thinking of Doom.
Yeah.
Wait, it doesn't affect his ult at all anymore? So you can take over 3 ancient creeps with Scepter, and that's all it does, right? Okay. I think Bounties seems like the most consistent. None of them are like super crazy though, this game.
Well, this way you sell your bounty if the game goes long enough. I mean, he's already rich, but it's also inflated like crazy because he got the Ag Scepter, right? It inflates his net worth by 6k. But if they keep fighting like this and there's tracks flying around all the time and he gets to Shuriken, eventually he's gonna start building big items. So they probably think it's the best investment. With the perspective of where the game is at right now, I actually think even the Grimstroke Ags might be better right now, right? It feels like a game that could end in 1 minute. Like, what would your Ags on Bounty have done? A bit of Shuriken damage on track targets, because you get Janata procs.
I mean,
is that
a bit? That's pretty good.
It's 160 damage. It's not, I mean, it's...
Yeah, but you're assuming you're casting it only once. I mean, that's something you could be able to do multiple times in a fight.
I'm thinking, like, even if these Grimstroke illusions aren't amazing, they still contribute to...
Target? Elder Titan?
Yeah, they're not great.
Ember?
Okay, my point is, I think this is better for a short duration. So if they think the game is about to end, I don't like the bounty hunter one. But if they think it goes on for even a little bit, that's
Well,
obviously better. than-
with that logic, then I would say Chen's is better than the rest.
Yeah, I think so. I think Chen
right now.
is great too. Getting good ancient creeps, granite golem.
Yeah, Granite Golem's legit. The
Really
extra
good for
HP for the win.
Yeah.
Meepo's
I actually agree with you. I think Chen is the best one. I think they actually should have done that in this game.
Well, the problem is you're playing against an Ember Spirit who has Divine Rapier. Doesn't that feel like you'll be able to take them out pretty fast? Does he have data lists? Yeah, he does have full data lists as well. So he is... Of course, doesn't have the extra cleave that something like a Battle Fury would give, but actually he is going for Battle Fury now. So... Are we actually waiting for these for the buybacks here? It has the lead in terms of net worth by quite a bit, but the game can end if the diebacks come in order, right? If they don't wait for these. But we'll see. Could just wait for the next Roche. The Roche that they just killed.
Oh, what's the buyback
It is
timer?
scary, though.
4 minutes. It is scary. This game kind of relies on one fight right now.
But I think this is the right choice.
It's go time.
Oh, the courier will live. That's a perseverance. I don't know whose is that. Is it for the Battle Fury? Yeah, but it's not even close. So it doesn't matter that much.
Saberlight was close, but
this is the time to fight because you have the Aegis, you have the cheese.
Perseverance over being close to buyback. Remember.
Well, how far is his buy? Oh, his buyback's not even on cooldown.
Nope.
Wow.
I mean, he knows he's going to lose the rapier if he dies, and unless he gets some crazy immediate buyback into fire and picking it up again, the follow-up of getting it back will probably be challenging. But I still think saving buyback here instead of just getting a perseverance that's going to sit in your stash anyway, like.
I mean, he's anticipating that they'll have no problem defending for a while, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that is really risky. So he's going to pop the Lincolns. That's what they need. They'll have pretty consistently. Just allowing the creeps to come in. There's one tier 4 remaining. Sonic now tracked up, does have his Lotus. Should mention he did pick up the Witless shot. Swift Slash. Oh, Disruptor ult's coming through. Juggernaut is a lot of half a the healing board. And oh god, that ult from Elder Titan decimating again the Meepo. That is just the Aegis. I'm gonna take out both the Disruptor and the Phoenix now. The only flash coming through. And this and for Hellraisers, despite having a great defense here, Phonic is going to be the third on the list. He's going to buy back immediately. He's just going ancient now. It's at half HP. Fortifications popped as Elder Titan trying to do as much damage as he can. They will take out the Meepo and will defend it as a result, but Charlie's the one continuing to right click. He's going to spin, try to... They get it!
Oh, they were so close.
Oh.
Me didn't have buyback. This could possibly have developed into something. Oh, Jesus.
Holy crap, that was a game.
Really, really key thing for the ending of that fight is that they get the soulbound silence on Phoenix. There was no supernova. Roger never got it off.
Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. The smoke lingers after fire. The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. The smoke lingers after fire. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with the universe and its cosmic symphony. The smoke lingers after fire. The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty motion. Like a roaring ocean, slow motion. The smoke lingers after fire. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with the universe and its cosmic symphony. The smoke lingers after fire. intertwine with their universe and its cosmic symphony. Smoke lingers after fire. The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with their universe and its cosmic symphony. The smoke lingers after fire. The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. The smoke lingers after fire. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with their universe and its cosmic symphony. Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with their universe and its cosmic symphony. The smoke lingers after fire. The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. The smoke lingers after fire. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we
ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Dire team, pick. Grimstroke. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, Dire team, pick.
10. Axe.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick.
The sack.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Admiral Konka.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Monkey King.
They just get Batrider? Oh no, Alliance banned it. I was gonna say. Can Alliance do that to a few people? S4, 22 pick Batrider. Take me that free W. Flesh into Pugna. Concerned that, you know, if this is a mid Lash, he might have a really tough time. I kind of want to see a limp hero.
You're thinking like limp last pick, and you give Nico the Lash?
No, Nico has to be the last pick, but
they go for the Slark. Yeah. They go for something more regular. They Slark into the Nax, just more beef to beat into. Same goes for the Kunkka. And overall, it looks like they have the perfect win condition for themselves once again. It's
really standard drafts from both teams. And like I said, I got to favor Alliance with it because I think they've just got better lanes, more ability to make pressure. And the Slark is annoyed by Axe, but I don't see anyone out carrying him as the game continues.
Yeah, you can even lane against him if you get a few good hits on him. If you start well, you can just dominate the lane too, and he needs to creep skip constantly. For me, this is an outdraft by Alliance.
It feels like to win the early mid game, VP.Prodigy have to like triple Alliance's kills, because to take towers, they need a successful team fight, and then they need to beat on it. To take a towers Alliance, Chen creeps, Leshrac with 1 edict maxed out, it's a dead tower. So they're going to naturally have all tier 1s dead by 15 minutes. If VP.Prodigy can't match that tower tempo, they're just going to lose map control to a Slark.
So what do you guys think VP.Prodigy were going for at the beginning? Because you said it was a bit funky in what you were seeing come out from them.
No. Their draft looks wonky as hell. I can understand the last pick Monkey King versus the Centaur, right? It's some like in the lane, but even in the lane, until you get that level 3, it's going to be difficult. And I really don't know. I don't see the Pugna as what you're positioned for, or mid. I guess it's 4 and Kunkka is mid, right? It has to be Kunkka. It used to be a thing for Core 2, but it got nerfed. And that nerf to the ward, to the nether ward, real bad, and that's why we don't see it picked any longer.
You're just gonna get out regen. Like, it's just gonna be Slark Chen.
What's this combo you offering Pugna plus Axe?
So real quick, give it to me. Which way are you going? I know, Carl, you're probably Alliance all the way.
All the way, yeah.
It's Alliance from the whole panel here, but we've got Toby and Lacoste standing by for the game. And guys, do you think it's all in Alliance's favor, or can you make some sense out of the madness that VPP gave us?
Well, what do you think? I'll go to the expert to begin with.
I definitely had some good points for a change. Like, they need to match how fast can Alliance play. Like, they have a ton of tower damage, and it's going to be a Pugna position 5, I believe. Grim's going to be playing 4 this game. So,
that does look
I don't believe this lane is very strong. Yeah, Pugna can harass, you know, he's a range hero, has that blast. Also, they picked Leshrac into Pugna. I want to see what kind of a skill build Pugna will go. Like, you don't necessarily need to be more greedy, put more points in Netherward. I think that's the correct play.
Yeah. Even with it's not fair, it's one of the easier counters. We'll see how the position 5 item progression all works. How long does that Pugna influence in the game? So the panel was talking about like VP.Prodigy being a little all over this with their hero pickups, but how's the long matchups work? Like, you've got Monk, you've got Axe, you've got Kunkka. All 3 should be pretty solid in the lanes. Do they work well against this alliance lineup? And especially that's going to come from he's playing it again, FNG Chen.
FNG Chen is just a classic. You know, I would put him up there with Puppy Chen. It's the hero. Same goes for his Enchantress. It's the hero that he knows how to play, how to utilize it in the laning stage. I'm not a big fan of like Monkey King last pick. This whole VP lineup relies on getting kills.
I like the act and also picks up the rune from underneath his feet. Yeah, Chen FNG is a good one.
Got the right buff. Like Hedra's Divine Favor got nerfed, but tier 1 tower got buffed, so you have one extra region if you stand close to the tower. So all that heal is amplified by Hedra's, and Divine Favor. That's pretty nice.
Gonna start with the harassment on FNG, and FNG's gonna start with still need the range creep. That's not the greatest start for the Pug when he's gonna get miss the first blast and back up and lose his sentry ward as well.
I think FNG's playing well. Like Keras had a couple of tangos, and you're leaving Axe against Slark, so Slark is getting the soul X, which you can't. Like, you want to get him to level 6 as fast as possible, then it's very hard if you don't have any kind of burst damage. Just lock him down. Also, it's Axe who's getting low XP. He's about to hit level 2. Slark already level 2. He was just thinking whether I get the Pounce, whether I get Essence Shift. And he got the first point in Dark Pact so that he can remove the Battle Hunger.
I wanted to ask about the type of build coming in from Limp in mid lane. It's not high up just yet. Lashrak, but it's the CS that I'm interested to see if he can stay on top of. Went for the second point up in Split Earth. Well, bottom lane. Okay, that's a little bit more damage coming in the Inkswell. Just trying to stay in range. Epi Kid, and he's able to do so. 2 attacks from Hanskin would have killed him off, but he just waited at the 1. But he wants extra on S4.
When you can think about this bottom lane, they Monkey King with Orb of Venom, he's gonna keep hitting a Centaur. Do you want to keep hitting a Centaur who has Retaliate? They lower his damage with the Fate Bolt. Now when they hit level 2, they have 2 stuns, so it's not that great of a lane for Monkey King at the bottom.
And normally Monkey King dominates the lane.
Normally he does when he's playing against the melee heroes, but this lane from Alliance is very strong.
And Pugna's been trying for the last 2.5 minutes to kill that range creep. And he is not succeeding. It's like both teams are trying to just chip away at everybody. Conquer at least get some good efficiency. X marks the spot, TP back. Already 18 for 3. Net worth, top 2 do belong to Virtus.pro. But Slark just actually takes that position. Still feels like VP.Prodigy. They're getting a lot out of their lanes. Things seem to be working for them. The influence from Chen has crippling. He's killed a courier. And that seems to be the only thing FNG can really retaliate against.
Axe is level 4. If Chen gets close, he should die. Axe, what is he bringing? He's dead boots? Yeah, so he's gonna have extra move speed from boots and Battle Hunger, and if Chen somehow gets close, they use the Cripify to slow him down. Chen should be dead.
Instead, Axe is doing as much damage as he can to Nico, baby. A 4-1 charger, still got a couple of tangos. Not level 6 just yet. But that's Boots and Salve also arriving in for Nico, baby. And I really want to keep my eyes up on top. Axe now starts the creep skip, and they've been very aggressive, VP. But on bottom lane, it feels like the safe lane of Prodigy has always been walking around about 30% HP.
I would definitely keep an eye on the lane. Both of the heroes from VPP are low.
Epic Kid's in no position to try and take that. S4. 10 retaliate stacks nicely built up. They're never going to push underneath the tower, however, but it feels like S4's falling behind. In fact, he is. I just checked the net worth. He's about 350 behind. Lesh is also not looking too great as far as net worth.
Yeah, we see that more often. Their mid laners have less net worth than some of the off laners, even safe laners, because they bring a lot more region. It's just a trade battle, so you're bringing Flask, you're bringing Mangoes to keep the sustain and the harassment going.
You really went for the pickup on bottom lane. You said you want to watch it. S4 can't finish the job. All that bonus damage can't reach into Monkey King, and S4 is pretty low. Save gets back to his tier 1 tower quite safely. And all this battle started around the 5-minute bounty runes. And it'll be an easy 2-2 trade-off. No one really wants to leave the lanes that hard. DM definitely doesn't. He's trying to get in there for the pull. Easy money for an attack.
Problem is, Chen can contest him.
Oh, they're gonna get bottom. S4, one more attack. Yep, that's a melee hero. That was a beautiful setup. Save the level 2 stroke of fate, so there just wasn't enough movement speed for S4 to get out of range to the boundless strike, and then it's just a walk up and hit, and that's first blood to the safe lane of Prodigy.
Centaur was out of mana to use the stomp, and his flash got canceled. Flash got those 2 extra seconds that Highstrug added in the previous patch is quite a lot.
What is this Pugna doing? He's wrapping around back behind the tower. I think he's gonna TP out now, and he knows it too. Decrepify and TP. There's no stuns, so he's totally fine.
If Clark hit that pounce, he would have been dead.
True. A little off target.
Kanka is level 7, Lashrak level 6.5. Kanka will get the ward on the mid lane. Lash needs to be careful. Like, if he uses a combo, Lash just straight up dead. And you can see already the rotation from Pugna to keep the pressure on the tower. And, I mean, he's only level 1. Level 1 Nether Blast.
Yeah, he's not going to harass anything down. Not anytime soon, at least. He can come and plant ward. They're walking out actually the observe ward from Alliance just a little bit further to the west on the bottom lane. So that Radiant Sentry that was planted down by Saved, it's just well off target. We've now gone jungle for the rest of Alliance. Back Limps also trying to kill off Axe, but a very wise time for DM to TP out to his tier 1 tower. He's actually coming for that 5-minute bounty rune that's still there at 7 minutes.
He's just farming. It was a great call from him to go back and just farm the jungle. This is the build on Axe. You don't go for like Vanguard anymore. You want to get that Blink Dagger as soon as possible. This is a killer lineup from VPP, so they want to keep the pressure. Mid lane, you can see Pugna. He's still in the mid lane using Blast, but most importantly, he just wants to use Decrepify just to amplify the damage on Torrent and Boat. That extra 30 damage is quite a lot.
He also went on a warding mission down south, but again, like Alliance should know exactly where that Observer and Sentry has been planted because they have their own obs that was watching the maneuver. For the 8-minute bounty rune on bottom, Grimstroke still has Ink Swell available. Lashrak being caught out by the combination of FM, but there's no instant follow-up. Only now is the Ink Swell being used. Throw back, but is still being controlled up. But they don't have the damage output, and he managed to grab the double damage room for extra voltages. Easy enough. We keep the score at 1-0, 8 minutes in.
Very defensive build on him. He went for a Bracer, had Fairy Fire and Iron Tree, so that's a lot of stats, some extra magic resistance coming out from that Bracer. Now just wants to farm the jungle. He definitely needs like a fast Eul Scepter this game to break the combo. Once Axe gets the Blink Dagger, blinks in, lift him in the air. Axe kills the courier even without dunking.
A little too easy. It's like all these lanes for VP.Prodigy. Like once again, like they're getting everything they want. Slark, you've hit level 7, but you talk about Lashrak's early items, but when does Slark start being an influence? It feels like if he joins the fight right now, he'll just end up feeding kills.
Yeah, he just wants to keep farming.
Here may be an easy pick off for Alliance. Looking for the kill over on Pugna. That's a level 3 Fade Bolt, so they have the damage to kill off the Pugna.
I feel like this Pugna is not gonna have a place in the game. It's a position 5 Pugna point and ward right now. I believe you just want to max out the wards.
Then he may as well be a scout at bottom lane. S4, great double hoof stomp. He was jumping into it. The Kunk is making his own way down to bottom lane. Observers and sentries see the fact that S4 is out just a little bit too far. They need to get the extra stun, and they're able to do so. Full combination comes in from FN, pulling S4 back into it. Combined with the Inkswell stun, S4, no way to escape. FN finds the kill, even using the Tiebringer at the end just for some style points. They might even be able to catch it. Anskin. The retreat away.
That's some blind Thorin. Defense so far very good. Rotations, good laning stage for him. Going into armlet, so cheap damage, keep the pressure going.
As long as they can, with 3-1 on the board, everything still feels like, as far as map control goes, like no one's easily assaulting into the other side. But you can play tier 1 tower and mid. Fantastic timing for FN, speeding that armlet of his. I'm fairly certain I looked at a rebuttal working with the Chen to take out the tier 1 tower on bottom, but already Kunkka is TPing down. They're not going to let it go.
It's such a great timing on Axe, Blink Dagger. 10 minutes and Blink Bracer. They're ready to fight, but I think Alliance, if they don't get caught, they have a lot of sustain. Full mech on Chen plus Hand of God.
DM up, he's in the back lines. Slark revealed himself on the front. Kunkka's got full combination. X marks his body. He's going right on top of the Slark. The blink follow-up will ensure there is an extra control factor, but no. Baby backs up. Hansen gets the pickup. Netherward is down. Stampede pushing Alliance, falling for the double hoof stop. He's able to actually claim it out. Actually wanting to help out too. Gets out. Axe and Pugna both going down. A big tie-bringer from FN. Require to get S4 and Hanska, but Nico, baby, battling under the Shadow Dance, battling almost under the tier 1 tower. The chase will be on both under the tier 1 tower, where FNG is being hunted by Kunkka. X-Mark will now come off cooldown, so finally FN can use this combination, but he needs a couple more friends. Nico, baby, still looking to fight against the Kunkka, but here's the friend arriving. FB Kid underneath the tier 1 tower. They really don't want it.
Sadly for Alliance, FNG did not have enough mana to cast Hand of God. I think it would keep them alive. Maybe they could have get one extra return kill. But a good initiation, man. FN. Also FN killing like FNG trying to kill him. It's funny. All they need is G. Where is G? That's a good question. Where's he at?
I don't know. He retired like 2 years ago, right?
I don't know. I'll check
probably
Wikipedia.
Probably just moved into a new industry. Yeah, actually, you remember Ducky, right, from TI1? Well, the guy who didn't play at TI1. You know, he makes umbrellas now. That's his new career. Distributes them for free.
Considering how he was playing, it's an upgrade for Ducky.
Former teammate. You can crap on him.
I know he's doing something with umbrellas.
S4 up towards the air. FP Kid's gonna stay on him. They need a little extra help. X marks the spot. Back into the boat. Very liberal FM with his abilities. X marks the spot stolen here from Hanskin, but he won't hold on to that for very long. The blink forward from DM. The lanes had to work well for Prodigy to get this advantage, and it seems like it really, really has. 8-3, 4K advantage, 13 minutes in, and the top 3 net worth. Yeah, Slark's nipping on the heels, but top 3 belong to Prodigy.
VP.Prodigy's heroes are very good at controlling Slark. It's not a free Slark game. We see those quite a lot versus die once. But he's playing against Axe Call. You can't get out of that. There's like no real save. There's no like Shadow Demon, Disruption, Wyvern ulti. There's X-Mark, which Slark really hates to play into. And like you don't want to just man up against the Monkey King. Monkey King extremely farmed at the moment.
And this is what I was wondering before. Like, when does the Slark come online? I only thought about it after you mentioned that Limp. Okay, well, this might be a little bit trouble for DM. But Limp went defensive item build. Is there a little extra help to get DM out of here? Hey, it's a nice stroke of fate for some damage, but Axe is definitely dead farming under an Observer and Sentry. Like when does Limp become a proper hero as well? This Pugna hasn't been as nerfed down as he probably would have liked it to be.
Limp needs a defensive item for himself. Going into Yule Scepter, I don't want to see any shenanigans, Boots of Travel. It's just straight up wrong. He's out of mana. He can't even kill Pugna at the moment.
And if he hangs around, there's a lot of heroes coming up towards the top lane. Kill them. The maneuver, at least ensure that the 2 bounty runes on the top go to VP.Prodigy, but Alliance will take the same on bottom and add some pressure to tier 1 tower as well. I'm gonna see how much Prodigy really likes their tier 1 towers. They haven't lost a single one so far, 15 minutes into the game. With the track on the field, you expect more to fall, and then the first one will topple.
So far, Nico Baby is doing a good job just evading any kind of ganks from VPP and getting closer to that defuse. Like Slark is a monster once he gets that item, sorry. Like your potential multiplies. And I want to see if he like gets straight into BKB after. He needs to be able to take care of himself this game. There is like Chen heal Mac, but Chen needs to be close, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah. And a feeling that FNG is going to have a lot of extra time to worry about Limp instead. He's the one up front lines, but Mui Hanskin, who's the one that gets caught out. Okay, Epi Kid. Well, you hit the style of the Golden Dragon, but that's all you will really have. In the blink, a call DM. He actually got the grab. Limp being pulled back in again. FN doesn't have the boat combination available, however. The Crepper find up, at least able to get the double edge up, but the X mark spots pulls him back into the torrent. FNG is like, well, I'll give you the power of wind, but not the greatest airbender, and a call onto all of FNG's army. He's worked so hard to build up this library, but all gone.
VPP's understanding of the game is really impressive. Like, pick up into objectives. Their tower damage is very limited. Pugna with only one Nether Blast, so I feel like he's just gonna keep that and max the other spells. Don't have the best combination. Their Grimstroke ability, like double hunger, double suck. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, but it feels like you remember the old drafting philosophy of Godblack? Like, we're just gonna draft whatever we feel is OP. And synergy will come from this point. That's all we have to do. So we feel like this is good. All right, we just go with this.
Well, he was not wrong, you know. Like 2 or 3 overpowered heroes need to have some kind of synergy together.
Yep, it worked at every rabbit TI for him. Hey, if we're bringing up TI1 stuff history, we had to actually have some other stuff. This is the greatest inventory he could have ever asked for. FNG dropping Observer Ward. He doesn't have a sentry. He just needs some help. And here they come. They're already pinging out the Observer Ward was planted. Pug's like, all right, give me free gold. Have a kill. Mech is out. That won't save him. But maybe it'll save the Chen army once again. 3 heroes walking away. Nope, 3 heroes dying as they walk away.
They're still chasing Hanskin. Berserker's Call stolen. It's not gonna be that great until he like gets Ether Lance or a Blink Dagger, but in this game, he really does not get that much fall. Like, he's almost as poor as Slugna.
Top Monkey King. He started the Wukong, but S4 is just gonna stampede to the trees and get away. But that's a pretty big ulti to burn. Over 100 seconds on cooldown when Prodigy are moving in, but at the same time, Prodigy, I think, need to work on the ward game. The amount of time spent underneath this observer ward inside the dire jungle is ridiculous. Finally, the sentry walls can be planted, and they can see it. Oh, they can see a kill opportunity. Hans trying to tree dance himself away to safety. That won't happen.
So Alliance right now, they're using all the Stampedes defensively. Leshrac just farming, same goes for Slark, which means that we do not want to fight. Like, we understand how strong they are right now. Problem is, VP, they don't have perks taking a lot enough, otherwise they would have been taken a long time ago.
FN a bit of trouble, but then again, if in from Pug, not to mention Helmet Toggle and the call from DM, pulling Nico Baby away from the Conquer. Still ship available, but Nico Baby jumping in once again. You've still got Halbert available too. But Epi Kid, they're just walking it off, decrepifying and extra slow, and Torrent. Axe has gone north, so he'll end up going down to Limp. But Nico Baby really wants to try and find kills with this diffuser blade, but he hasn't got himself a target yet. Epi Kid's just farming up and pouncing himself away.
Nico Baby playing so aggressively. It's a tough Slark game. You're playing against level 4 Decrepify, Heaven's Halberd on Kanka, Call plus X-Arc.
It needs to make the hero work, right? You can't just sit back and say, like, we're gonna be okay. Battle for the bottom outpost. Limp He really wanted this. Stunned inside the Wukong command. Finally, he'll get towards the edge. Epic Kid thinking about getting out. In fact, he will, but the Hand of God looking alive to be able to survive for the mischief. Epic Kid can at least dodge a little bit of this. Slark's playing the back lines at the moment, but Latrak is finally being brought down, and Slark didn't get his target. In fact, now he's soul-bound through FNG, so FN wants to get away to safety, but no, the Centaur stun will be there. Maybe they can give him enough life, combining with the Boundless Strike. Epic Kid giving enough space, but they're still trying to get away. FN, just toggle your ass off and telling us we'll finally drag it back in to the kill that goes the way of Nico Baby. My God, he wanted that, but maybe not diving underneath the tier 2 tower. Called up by DM, combining with the Inkswell, then gets on a bubble, and then the dunk down. Nico Baby will fall, and Hanska makes a break for the trees, where he shall also go down. And VP.Prodigy, my God, they did everything they could to keep the Conqueror alive, and Alliance did everything they could to kill him.
Like, Slark got decrypified, I believe, like 5 times. He was trying to cut into backlines, and VPP, they're just doing a very good job, you know, ignoring the Slark, using a couple of spells, but using the right spells to kill the supports.
Is this still enough, though? Like, it feels like Prodigy is still having fantastic fights, but the advantage is coming back along, getting this map. Maybe not with experience, but they are with gold.
They are. And they're going for correct items, like Centaur finish the Crimson Guard, which is going to keep his teammates alive. A lot of physical damage. Lashrak into he understands that he does not have a way of playing this Boots of Travel game that Lashrak loves to play. Start going for status resistance build, which is also okay. Like, status resistance is great against hacks, against any kind of a stuns, which they have. Kanka, the Cripify, just lower the duration of it.
They got the call. S4 once again being... Can he stay alive long enough to trigger that stampede? No, he cannot. Crimson Guard only. And dead for 30 seconds. DM really making the most of every initiation he finds.
Well, man, I was a bit wrong about this Pagana. Like, he achieved so much, keeping Kanka alive, keeping Axe alive with the Cripifies and Life Drain. He also has that Claw, one of the better tier 2 items you can get on the hero if you're playing with, like, this,
Nico.
Semi-core.
Just Dark Pact, then gets X marked back out. Okay, he'll go in Shadow Den, but full combination being thrown his way, combining with the Silence of Save. Maybe I can get away with the Hand of God heal, but it's still not going to be enough. The dive can't in deep. Epic Kid's going to beat KB. It's fresh, it's shiny, he wants to use it, and Limp will fall down underneath his own tier 3 tower. At least FNG can get away to safety, but Prodigy continue to go from one target to the next. And Fortification being burnt by Alliance.
They are playing very fast. What is Monkey going for? After BKB, going for Deso, at least that's what he has queued up, so that's going to help them out with some tower damage. They're finding kills. I think they're finding way too many kills on the map.
Is this Alliance just being in position, or is this Prodigy making the space?
It's just for playing so well. This Axe is getting a lot of good initiations. Kanka also, he was involved in 16 out of 18 kills. I miss that fan. I think he deserves like a better, not this one because this team is playing well, but in the past, like, I don't think he played for like a good teams. Felt like he could always be a better one.
He went through so many teams. He could have sent in for the primary VP squad for a while, but like, look at his history. He stood in for Gambit, he stood in for Virtus.Pro. Currently, he's only listed as a stand-in for VP.Prodigy too. But S4, oh, you just got brought back to join Alliance. You're a fully fledged member, but you're also full caught inside the tree line, pulled back into the X-marked heart, but you've only brought this down to 50%, but all that build-up just lets DM prepare with the fight. Lip just murders himself. It's the one who actually gets a walk kill. Attacks. It's not stopping Nico Baby from looking for the fight. They want to try and battle onto the tier 1 tower. Hunt's staying nice and close. Starts with a Fade Bolt. X marks the spot with a taunt. Nico Baby once again out of this fight. FN looking for some extra cleave damage, letting Tidebringer do its work.
They definitely need Axe to take this fight. runes spawning. They're just gonna pick up 2 runes. There's still 2 runes on the top, and a lot of Chen creep. Someone address that problem. It's gonna be Grimstroke. Grimstroke's having a very good game. Philosopher's Stone already 4 staff. Plans next.
Grimstroke's the same level as Pugna, and they both have big items. Like you got a Glimmer Cave for Pugna, and all these other big items you were listing off the save.
I mean, you have save in your name. You need to build saving items.
That would be appropriate. Alliance start to chill a little bit. They're still trying to finish the BKB on Limp, and that's taken a very long time to get there. At least FNG's managed to pick up the Greaves. FNG's done a great job of always pushing in top lane. He's just got a range creep stolen from Radiant side sitting instead of Roshan as well. So there's no way Prodigy can do that without some warning bells going.
Prodigy's wave clear is very good. You have a Kanka who one-shots the wave. Monkey can easily clear it. Same goes for Axe. But I don't know, even Grimstroke.
There it is. There's the information. Server wall is being planted, but in range. Yeah, now observers and sentries. And that's what you send the Chen to do the work. Oh, the call! It's a little short. No DM, so maybe with a pull back and the drain, Chen's brought down before he can even use that Hand of God. And the Chen army could not create enough space. It was too busy on a ward mission.
Those Chen creeps just instantly die. Now it's the time to run into Rush Pit. They don't have double damage. They have Deso on Monkey. A couple of seconds left on that BP.
At least there's a pushback on bottom lane. S4's now going to rejoin, but he's trying to finish up the Blink Dagger. Maybe with the damage output he's got for the tier 1 tower. That's exactly what he is looking to do. 138 damage, a little bit of extra distraction. Roshan still dropping, and they won't commit for him. Thought if he actually wanted this, he'd just keep pushing on bottom lane. Still 100 gold short of having Blink Dagger, but picked up the Mindbreaker, which can now be transferred over to Nico, baby. Actually, no, he's got Titan Sliver.
He's just stacking status resistance, but they don't have the good hero that there is Mindbreaker then.
Smoke Gang's gonna find Hanskin. Easy, quick little silence over on Rubik. There's no one to save him. There's 5 heroes from Prodigy coming to the bottom lane to push the lane back out again, and the line being very clearly drawn by save. Bottom tier 1, bottom tier 2. We push this way.
I feel like Hans can die there on purpose. He's just fishing for any kind of information, and then instantly Lance is just playing the top part. They're getting the items. They understand that Prodigy is strong right now. They have in hands of Monkey King, who's going for Aghanim Scepter. Like Epic Kid, he's really fun.
Pugna. He just walks in. He was coming in for the Observer Sentry, and now Epic Kid throws down his own strike. Remember, they don't have Kanka here just yet. DM is not the one initiating. They're the ones on the retreat. And now Alliance, they check themselves before they want to go in. The X marks the spot. Is going to go over on Nico, baby, but S4 got the perfect hooks, canceling FN's combination. Now Soulbind and double silence. Epic has already found the kill once again over on FNG. Save from him and DM. He gets the call. It keeps Limp locked inside the Wukong's command. There's some extra life there is from the Essence Ring. That will allow Limp to be able to retreat. And Stark looking for exactly the same type of thing. S4's hook stomp. It'll create some extra space. FN trying as many combinations as he can, but Alliance are looking for their own points of damage. The only hero they've killed off so far is the Pugna. And at the very start of this fight, the mission.
What is the mission here? Nico Baby is playing so well, like going in and out and stolen boats. That's the problem. Like, it's very easy to steal it when you're playing Rubik against Skunk.
It's because you have to start with combo, right? Like you start with X Marn. What else can you toggle? And Nico Baby continues to get bigger and bigger. Satanic build up from him. As you're saying, stack resistance he possibly can.
Its bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, Prodigy going to try and remove one of the last tier 2 towers of Alliance.
Oh, check the cast range on Grimstroke.
Like nobody's business.
Oh, did he use it?
Lance telescope level 15 talent.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What the plus 650 is going to go like halfway down, half across the map. Even though he'll probably get the three to kill.
Yeah.
So silence is definitely the more important thing when all your items have managed to give you the same type of range as a level 20 talent.
He also has Blade Dagger queued up. I would definitely want to see something like either Agam Scepter or Hex.
Yeah.
Just use Slark against him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hex feels a hell of a lot better. Forces Alliance to burn these BKBs the second they get hit by the Soulbind. I say burn the BKBs. There's only one that's there, and it's on the track.
This is the problem with these kind of lineups that VPP has. Like, it's so hard, even with the Aegis, to siege the high ground. Like, you can throw Monkey King's bodies, they have Nesso plus action, but you're putting yourself in a bad spot. So you always need to, like, find a kill and then transfer that into a push.
All right, Pug, now let's see if you see the Observer Ward. They gave him the spider legs. Is that close enough to see the Obs?
No,
I always feel like this.
that.
I always feel like this hill is just such an odd place. The sentry's just not far enough.
Like, DM had a straight start, 10-minute phase boots, blink dagger, and for 22 minutes, he only farmed like blade mail and 3,000 gold on top of that.
He was the sacrifice, right?
He was, and it dies.
Yeah. It's like, I'm going to jump the back line, I'm going to catch 2 heroes inside of a call, they're going to do a lot of damage to themselves, and then Epi Kid comes in, or you have like FN come in and they just ensure the last hit. Simple enough.
Your admiral is on board.
I'm trying to give space for Rubik on the bottom line. And actually did manage to ping on S4, but they'll see him anyway.
Centaur with the spider legs, half orc, half man, half spider.
That definitely makes logical sense. The bounce around. Oh, they found the healer once again. They would like to get a little bit more. Hunskin's farming up in the bottom lane, so FNG begins to TP out. They have enough damage to kill him before that'll complete. And thanks to the fact that Epi Kid looked for the secondary kill, it means both supports of Alliance will end up going down on bottom lane. Of course, the cores of Alliance have already backed up and are still continuing their own farm game.
I feel like Alliance's game right now is, yeah, we're gonna do our own thing. 4 of us somehow need to maybe carry us to the victory. Find a farm on the map. We're just gonna buy the time for you.
He's miracle approach.
Yeah.
Well, he's running in towards mid. You have to get the defense up now. Jump forward. Quick little hoofstomp from underneath Netherward. I don't know if Alliance really want to come close. As you see, Limp is I got one chance to do this. A 9-second window with my BKB where I could potentially fight. A lot of patience from Prodigy. They'll back up after the tier 3 tower.
53% status resistance. SNY is a tank. Titan Sliver. So all those are cut in half.
Pretty damn good. What's the test? Calls out, first stun, second stun, you've still got the greed. S4 gets the hook stun forward over towards Axe, Battle Hunt over stuns, but now they get on it, the 4 stuns not out just yet, but you've still got the kill under Hunt. But there's control, the double snuck in from Pugner, but Latrak burns the BKB, but he's stuck into the Wukong's can't move away. DM will dunk him as far as the Spinal Links to get up the hill and away to safety. Oh my god, Limp, you are not having a fun time here at all. Dead for 50 seconds without buyback available. FN ready to really force the issue.
They try to go for a Slark, but you see he's really not getting stuns. They're just controlling the other hero to deal with the Slark class.
Magnus giving the life to DM. It's like, are you ready for your jump? It's a 10-second BKB for the Axe ready to use. The mid-racks will be taken. Prodigy.
That's a lot of minus armor. So Orb of Destruction, Assault Curious. That's minus 16 if my math is correct, and usually it is.
I'll trust you. That's where they're gonna go.
I look like a troll, probably.
Trolls not look very trusting. That's why you fall for their trolls.
You're smart, man, Toby.
Maybe. Then again, I actually still think you are actually a trusting person, so maybe I'm not as smart.
Maybe I'm just trolling right now, you never know.
Alright, so what's the Alliance's plan for victory here? Like, they seem to be falling further and further behind. 18,000 net worth, 23,000 experience. That's the advantage for Prodigy. Does Alliance actually have things to play with here? Does the Slark with Satanic? He's going Skadi next as well. Like, I've heard of and I've seen late game Slarks really rip apart lineups, but is this one of those games where Slark can actually 1v5? Maybe Slark, if you can remove the Axe, you'll have a better chance. Oh, pretty good. Epic hit. At least able to hit his stuff. DM solo on live and double stop on. How is DM? Okay, finally he is going to go back. But S4 as well as Nico are both gone. Both do not have buybacks available. FNG on his way home. Way too much damage from the Monkey King. A bit of play just. And that. Is that just the game? Did they just go down mid and finish this now?
They don't. The Slark does not have buyback. That's the problem. If they did, like, they're straight up gone for tier 4 towers. 60 seconds without Slark, minus 16. Armor on buildings would be more than enough. Like, look how fast they melt.
Yeah. 0 armor. Everything is negated. Limps looking for some kind of counter push across mid. They're actually TPing back Rimstroke. They seem happy with just taking the second lane of racks. Maybe look towards Slark is still refused to buy back. And that one super range treat, you stick with Limp. Very safe here by Prodigy.
I want to see if they give like either cheese or ages to Axe. He just went back, and he's very important for controlling the Slark. I mean, cheese is fine, I guess. If a monkey, like, he's still not the cheese. He is now.
They decided to walk away.
It's been a while since I saw full damage Konka. He went for Daedalus.
Sorry, I don't know if you were watching that, but Nico Baby was TPing to the outpost on the south as Monkey King was springing over the top of it. A quick jump away! Epic hit actually dodges S4's initiation, and now we turn the other way. Abyss of Blaze done forward, S4 on the full retreat. Now, the wall planned down by Pugna, but they don't have the control to find S4. He just spider legs through the tree lines. Hanskin will not be so lucky to escape. Pulled back by the X marks spot, and a 1k plus 8 crit. Is perfectly for Konka.
Monkey.
Nice. Oh, okay. Okay, he's got Aegis the Immortal, so he doesn't really care. They get perfect soul bind with the double silence. Goodbye Slark. Goodbye S4. Goodbye game 1 for Alliance. Prodigy. They took the lanes and they kept it throughout the mid game, and it took 39 minutes to finally break the back of Alliance here in game 1.
Very aggressive lineup from VPP, and they executed it well. Like, you don't necessarily need to close out the game after the first roast. You're just building the advantage, and they were finding kills. Like, FN played amazing. Same goes for Axe. Pugna did much better jobs than I expected. I did not think it's gonna work that well, but he was kiting Slark, and it was not a great
Alliance's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
For me, if you're Alliance right now, try to get your hands on that profit. Dragonite again has been banned out by VP.Prodigy. If you can get that profit back, I think you will be able to play the same kind of a playstyle you've done throughout the league.
They're once again second pick. And if I'm Alliance, I leave DP in the pool because you've got to assume they know how to.
Don't you think VP.Prodigy will snatch it though?
Probably, but I think DP is an excellent hero, but I think overall first picking it is still dangerous unless you're willing to throw it on support, which I think Prodigy is, but we'll see. I like the targeted bans so far. The Bristle DK specifically. I feel like Bristleback is a very different hero. Teams are comfortable playing it as a carry.
They did it again. That profit, first phase.
Surprised.
And the Phoenix from VP.Prodigy, I love this as well. I really think VP.Prodigy have got their number when it comes to these bans. Like, these 4 heroes look so good to ban out versus Alliance. All their comfort zone, all the heroes that enable their playstyle, that Phoenix in Hanskin's hands, man.
Yeah.
What we saw right in the first game, where HR clearly maybe hadn't looked as closely at their opponents as they should have done. And VP.Prodigy are like, okay, Alliance, we can see what you're trying to do here, so we're going to try and counter it in the best way we can using these bans
VP.Prodigy, they didn't end first in their group.
No.
Yeah, their confidence isn't through the roof. They don't feel like gods, so they actually study the team a little bit, and they pick this Oracle. I love this as an opening.
It's the same. The Grimstroke ban from Alliance sets them up for potential Pango, so I've got to expect them to take that here. Chen is also in the pool once again. It's a possibility. But I agree with Lizard. I think Prodigy just kind of keyed in onto the Alliance play style, which is these heroes, and they always have this ability to team fight you around like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And specifically Bristle and DK, when Bristle can be played as carry, which Nico Baby really enjoys, you can't kill these heroes. So you have this ease of execution, because taking a team fight is as simple as sending your big strength hero at the tower, at the enemy, and then playing around him. And when you don't have that centerpiece, it's a lot more difficult to take engagements, especially in that previous game where Prodigy have more tools to acquire vision, both because of the Monkey King flying around, and also because FN can just walk without fear. You're not going to kill Kunkka.
And you know what as well? Alliance, usually they open up with their 5-2 combo, right? Your position 5 and the mid lane, which is usually your Dragonite and that Prophet. That's also something that they can't do it. Maybe there are some heroes that they could do it with, but no, they go with the Penguins.
Right,
Another immediate axe too. Interesting. They love the hero, and to go off that from you, I like that.
Harder. Just makes it harder to draft.
Because S4's hero pool as an offlaner is still, it's hard to explain. Like the heroes I'd say that are solid all the time, like say Centaur, that pool's actually a little small. But when you think about what could S4 play, that pool's massive.
Yeah.
So I love when Alliance can keep his hero for 4th, 5th, because suddenly you're open to all these weird heroes he might end up playing.
The unexpected swaps, whatever.
Yeah.
You can play any hero from the mid on that offlane, right? That has any sort of mobility. Bat,
and suddenly you've got to be afraid. I'd actually like to see them maybe pick up Nico Baby's hero a little earlier, because if you're confident enough in Slark to pick it into Axe, into Kunkka, then why not just take it earlier?
Yeah,
what are they going to pick if not those heroes, right?
So in some stages you can show your hand a little bit earlier, right? If you're that confident with it. But VP.Prodigy again get away with just feeling better off the beginning bat here, right? So how does Alliance look to counter this? What are they going to try and pull out?
I don't think they necessarily feel much better here with the opening 2 picks. I think it's very similar, right? You have your comfort zone from both of these sides. You have a little bit of save on your position 5, Hand of God, False Promise, and you have the initiation as well. I think the opening so far is very similar. There isn't a clear winner for me. One problem is this Oracle that always opens up a couple of very nasty trolls, Huskars that you have to think about if you're Alliance right now.
Yeah, Huskar is looking great, and I love getting a little cheesy in the second game. When you come off a win, that's the time to do something.
Just finish them off.
Yeah. And that was a hero. I don't think that made it to the second phase in the previous game, but Alliance get something that, as we've discussed, their drafts usually need.
Okay.
Some kind of just strength, like just a tank. They just play around a tank really well. I don't know how else to explain it.
Is this the Hanskin Pango then?
It could be.
I guess, right?
It could be a limp
Could
timber.
be mid. Limp Timber. All right.
I'm not
depending
a huge
on the
fan,
matchup
but
as well.
I think it's likely it'll be S4s, which means you also got to consider whether Alliance might look to tri-lane. You can't really do that if Chen Pango are your support duo, but I would imagine you want Timber versus
horrible.
Axe.
Yeah. Chen Pango just sound bad. You can still dual lane even with Timber versus Axe. It's still doable. You put either the Pango or the Chen there, gets a couple of creeps, continues farming the jungle. Something FNG said is that basically all he has to do in this team is focus on himself and get as much farm as possible at that position 5 and make as much impact. So you can help out the Timber a little bit as Chen, then take a couple of creeps, farm the jungle.
Frees him up a little bit as well with what you were saying there, right? He has to focus on his own game. We spoke about it in depth before. It gives him the ability to just actually do and be in the best shape possible.
Yeah, because S4 is pretty much taking over his usual job.
Yeah.
Rubik as well picked up here from VP.Prodigy. Pretty good versus the Timber as well. Pretty much whatever you still can hurt him back heavily.
So less of these curve balls coming out of the beginning away this time.
Yeah.
So you can make more sense of VP.Prodigy even if you weren't sold on it the first time around.
Yeah, that Pugna
threw you guys off.
Drew us off completely. But there you go, another Slark.
But this is what I mean. I like this more because if you're gonna pick Slark, they take the Timber to somewhat cover it.
Okay.
But you know, why do you care what Prodigy picks up if you're already expecting like Slark counters and you're confident enough to pick it? This also now gives you the ability to last pick not solely Nico's hero, but S4 or Limps, who have significantly bigger hero pools, I would say. And then you have a lot more lane flexibility. And that's, again, the Monkey King. You know, the heroes Prodigy pick are not going to change because you show the Slark early.
And especially now when you have the Timber as well,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's the same concept going into this laning stage. I fear nothing has changed for Alliance. You still have the monkey.
The difference is they have Pangolier. They have actual mid-game team fight. Like this hero, whatever role it is, there's no fighting into Rolling Thunder, especially around objectives and choke points where you have so many more walls to bounce around.
But their lanes are a little bit weaker as well at the same time, right? So you have a price to pay for that. Maybe with the Pango you'll be able to creep skip or something to alleviate that, but overall it looks like the Monkey King should have a decent laning stage once again. Should do well there.
And you guys were impressed with it, what you saw last time around, right? The unexpected impressive.
He did clutch it a little bit a couple of times. Like he'd survive on 10% HP, then he comes back, gets a kill in the lane, right? He did clutch it a couple of times, and it could have went badly for him.
Yeah, could have gone the other way.
Mechanically, there is just a little bit better in the lane. It can go either way, but this is what Monkey loves to do. Loves to be playing versus these melee cores on the offlane. Centaurs, Timbers.
Said it best, and makes me think that perhaps you leave Limp on it, but the thing is, you now have this scenario where you have to dodge the lanes, and Prodigy are not a team that will really force their 1, 2, 3 onto their selected lanes.
Yeah, they can
Whoever's
follow.
playing Monkey can just follow the Timber Saw, no question. And FN, EpiKid, I'm sure they're both comfortable playing mid if necessary.
One good thing for Alliance, they do have that chance. So you have ways of calling heroes and dodging those lanes as well. It is a little bit easier for you.
Also Pango mid, I suppose, but I don't know. Whenever I see 3 melee heroes against the Monkey King as my cores, I feel pretty upset. Puck the man. I like that choice, and they'll actually be the ones playing the Leshrac.
They do have a hard save with it this time around. So Lesh in that last game didn't have the luxury of having an Oracle behind him, always ready and waiting with that false promise.
Lesh kind of relies on save a lot more than these other tower pushing heroes, simply because your survivability is so low. But if you can stay in the middle of a fight and deal damage against Slark, against Timber, it's actually so sick.
Do you actually remember when that Prophet didn't have Siphon? A save with that Prophet, you had to draft. You just had to get your Omni Knights, your Oracles, something with her. And Lesh pretty much feels like that right now.
It's like the same hero. TA seems like a possibility for Alliance. You've got decent matchups regardless of what you're playing against, and it allows them to control vision a bit better. Their catch would be a little limited. Not sure if that's the direction they'll want to go. Kunkka is in the pool. I think it's another pretty safe pickup. But once again, you're somewhat susceptible to the Monkey King.
Okay, Lina.
Okay.
Gives you that burst. Is a good laner versus whoever comes on the mid lane as well.
You've no one to play with is my problem. Who sets up for Lina? Once again, Limp is kind of forced onto this role in this hero that he has to stay ahead on, and it's all up to him to do so because there's no one to really play with.
And they do have ways of getting on top of her. You have the monkey, you have the axe, right? I can see it working though. I don't think it's that horrible. I think that there could be some chaos in these team fights from the Pango, from the Timber Sauce. I think Lina might work here, the burst damage is really good versus Lash and Monkey too.
I think if Alliance are to win this game, it's got to be on the back of Hanskin with like some incredible performance on the Pangolier, because other than him, you have really no method of acquiring control in any sort of team engagement around an objective.
And
you know VP.Prodigy are going to be
even that is not really reliable, right?
No.
Like his control coming from the Pango, rolling boulder isn't your best, most reliable stun in the game.
Keep in mind, like Oracle Rubik, really weak in the earlier phases of the game. It's like Pangolier has more game impact with one good rolling thunder than both of them using the full barrage of their spells. So it's kind of the same story where it's, does this Lesh survive and deal damage and kill towers and maybe win the game? Or do we see something like the previous where Leshrac can't take enemy mid tower before his team loses the game? So who knows?
We've traded it out a bit, and I'm going to have to ask you two to do me a favor. It's completely died, so I have no idea when the commentators are ready. So hopefully the producer will tell you guys to give me a signal. But I'm going to ask you boys, because we get to this time again, which way are we going? Have you been convinced by VP.Prodigy at all?
Yeah, it's a hard one. It's a hard one for Kyle. You want to take it first?
I'm leaning VP.Prodigy here. Alliance fans. I'm currently 0-3 for the day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll go with Alliance. Let's keep it fun.
Got you.
I think casters are ready.
Yeah, casters, Toby and
there we go.
Bang. Let's help you out there. We're born ready.
Analyst. Well, I can't hear what they're saying, but you guys can reply back to Carl on that. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Kyle. Someone get Banks in your ear. What do you think about the drafts here, Lacoste? Are you enjoying it from a Prodigy side, where they seem to be doing what they did in game 1? Does it still have the same elements to get them a success in a 2-0?
It feels like it. I would say they have more tower damage with this. The question is how much he can achieve early on. I don't know. I just never feel like 10th pick Lina is worth, like you want to have more influence than Lina. She's a squishy hero. Like you're playing against Monkey, Lash, X. These are very good gap closers on Lina. She might dominate the lane, get a couple of kills, be 6-0 at one point, then you just straight up dies and feels like your game is over. That's just the feeling that I have about Lina.
Oh, that was kind of the issue Kyle was flagging as well. Like, who does she play with? How does she work as a team? We get our laning phase now. Nico Baby, he was trying to show himself on bottom lane as like a clever kind of reveal. Hilarious enough, no one from Prodigy saw him, but it'd be a safe lane, and it worked. Okay.
They wanted to have Monkey against the Timbersaw. This is the lane matchup. Now they're having a try lane, so
Hanson's already cutting up. He's arrived in. Just got level 1 Fate Bolt. That's not control. Probably needed to kill off Hanskin, who already swashbuckled forward. But not S4 gets the match against DM. DM does not like this at all. He's already in the trees.
Stayed there. Like the only thing you do is cut the creep wave. You can't cut this one, but the next one, because you can't just stand in the lane. So against any strength hero is just a disaster. S4 has a flash, so he's gonna pop that one, be full HP right now. He's just following him, needs to give up at one point. Like, both of these heroes are gonna get the farm in the bottom lane. The question is, how many kills are we gonna miss? None, because we're just gonna be watching the top lane.
The tri-lane versus tri-lane, that's all we have to look at. Hanskin still is able to hit like double swashbuckles. Epic Kid's feeling very strong, but once he's up a couple of extra levels, then maybe this is possible. But it's the downside about tri-lane versus tri-lane. You just don't get the earlier experience. And it's also a problem for Slark, who loves his early level 6.
We have Faithful in the tri-lane. We also have FNG with Aura plus the Headdress. I want to see some magic take. Slark already full magic wand.
That's nice for him. I love to, like, no one can change the lane equilibrium. Both the camps being blocked up by sentries. No one's getting anywhere near this. And another quick jump forward over towards the Oracle. He's back towards his own tower. But this observer ward just north of the tree line on the top lane has done a lot of work. The DM is now doing his pull. Or his, at least his skip. Maybe a little later on he could think about doing his pull. Trying to get away from Hanskin. Hanskin, he's still got one bucket available, but they're pretty deep for this. Players are coming thick and fast from Prodigy.
I'm not sure when Axe planted this ward in the bottom lane, but it's blocking the side camps. Timbersaw can form like jungle creeps and the lane at the same time.
It was planted by Rubik just after Stark did his early scouting, so it was just as the horn went off.
Okay, so maybe they were prepared for this one. Like, to have a tri-lane against a tri-lane, mid lane should be pretty. I'm gonna say even. Lina outranges Lashrak, and it's probably Lim's best hero besides a TA, and he's already showing it. 21-7 against 12-2.
Yeah, but that was looking pretty damn good. Then again, if FN can drop Lim down this low, like, Salve will finally be burnt by Lim. They're actually not that far apart. Like, it's only 100. Okay, that helps. Salve of FN gets cancelled, so that hurts. Yeah, but they're about 150 net worth difference. Obviously, there's a new creep wave coming in as well for Lim, so that's going to help him buff up. But Axe's #1 net worth on the field. He's pulling over towards neutrals. There's nothing Timber can do to stop this. And Monkey's not falling behind either. He's getting a lot of fun underneath the tier 1 tower, and the two supports of VP.Prodigy have done a hell of a job to keep him alive. And even Hanskin's rotation to is scouted out by a defensive observer ward. So this is 3-on-2. Maybe Epic feels this is a good opportunity to go on something. They got telekinesis, so pick him up, drag him back, get the control with Fortunes, and Epic Kid just got a heap FG in position. Hanskin now swashbuckles himself forward. The courier is getting killed up. That's not what Epic Kid wanted to have happen. But then again, also splitting with bound strike between Hanskin and Nico. Also not what wants to have happen. Back to farm. That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
It's still fine. They got the kill, and they also have the advantage every single time the lane is near their tower. So both support and Monkey are getting that 1 extra HP region. It's such a weird interaction. Like, it gives armor, it gives HP region, so you don't really want to dive the tower.
We had the stack curse scenario. Second, I said, hey, Lashrak's not doing that bad. He had to do the long walk of shame away. So now it's 600 net worth. The difference for definitely a lot.
Yeah, might make a rotation on the mid lane. He was very close. If he gets a call into stun from Lash, should be a dead Lina, and you don't expect this kind of a gank.
Oh, I just had to do that for Nax. Like, if you don't pull one wave, it's got flag warning bells.
Sure, but you never know if he's like here. If he's farming here, then he's gonna cut it here.
So if he's actually in the jungle.
Yeah, but he was farming this camp, like the smallest X I drew on the minimap.
Yeah, it's just off the mid lane.
The thing you said, Slark tri-laning, he's not gonna get his level 6 anytime soon.
No. Taking forever. The Monkey King's not getting his levels either. FNG actually had a, like, he got kind of, I'll say lucky. He did a great job of just being able to see where the observer walls are being planted down by Prodigy, so it's already removed a large amount of that defensive vision for the lane. The VP won, but maybe he'll lose his life for this. Jumping forward is a great route from the Oracle. FNG will fall, and with the Boundless Strike, Nika Baby, he has the extra line thanks to the one charges. And we'll tap up underneath the tower. Oracle tried to finish him off with the nuke. Didn't pan out the way he hoped it would.
Ice Rock should rename Lucky Shot to Handskin Shot. Every single time he used the Swashbuckle, he got the proc on the disarm.
I'm sure he'll add that to his new patch. I think FN extra help up towards the top lane. Everybody forward. It's Lina who will arrive. You will at least hit with the Boundless Strike, and with the Tonki to throw back, Limp is going to have a hard time getting in range just to get the Lagoon Blade up. That's what he wants to have happen. Oracle's given everything he can. There's no more mana to give, and Epic Kid bounces away through the tree lines. It won't be a costly rotation because Limp can just TP back towards the mid lane, and he knows Latrak's already gone jungle.
I could see chat typing EU gank. Like, there was so many times, you know, so much time wasted for this gank. Didn't get the kill, but at least they're putting some pressure on the tower. There's a siege creep unit here.
Limp
will secure this kill.
Corey, come back out of there. He's gonna be okay. So Rubik dies. Nico Baby's now TPing towards the mid lane. I think FN, what was he hoping for?
Siege creep is still alive. He thought he could kill it with Boundless.
I think it's the happiest lane. FN now gets to have a level 4 Slark. First, now the level 7 Latrak has got 2 points up in Edict. Some free damage into the tower. Oh, hello, Hanskin. Finding to slow him down, pick him up. FN, burn all the mana he's possibly got, and you'll get the kill over on Hanskin. Just trying to contest for that illusion rune.
That's the downside of position for Pango. Like, you use Swashbuckle level 1, 2, you put yourself in a bad spot, you don't have any kind of escape. Also, I want to see him getting a point in Shield Crash on level 4, then you get a point in Swashbuckle and ulti, because Rubik will be level 6 and you're just a position 4 Pango, so you need to be able to use after the ulti, otherwise Rubik is always going to steal your ulti.
Prodigy is really forcing the issue here. I mean, you can charge up so Limp can get back up close to full. Axe is still playing around the jungle. Doesn't have his blink dagger save. Will be kicked off. Yet another disarm. Rubik. Oh no! Wait! He has stick charges and he has an Oracle behind him, and they can't even kill the level 4 Rubik when they gank with 3 heroes. And Limp needed to just throw the ulti, throw something.
I wasted a lot of time trying to get kills on the top lane. Chased Axe for 30+ seconds. Same goes for Rubik now. And Axe will have a blink dagger in the next minute.
And he will. S4's already trying to have some kind of influence in the lanes.
Passive foul. Please use it. All right, he gets a TP charge.
Is this a new thing, like with Midas, you need to see Shuffle being used all the time as well?
Yes. It's just those items, especially Shovel. It's the item that you keep all the time in your position 4 or 5 and just swap it.
Has he actually got the movement speed to get away from this? He's thinking about the TP.
No.
Great! Oh, he let him slave from range. But bottom lane, Nico Baby's being attacked down. Monkey King actually being cut down. The Quelling Blade grabbed the tree it was on. Oracle is still going to be behind the pounds, unable to connect with Nico Baby. Oracle won't help out a little bit more, but into the Shadow Dance they go. Monkey King has to throw the Boundless Strike. Is there more support coming? There is for Alliance. Hunskin's here with Buckle. Saves also here. He get closer to help out his own Oracle. Bounce forward from Epic Kid and Latrak. They pick up the throw down. They're not getting the perfect coordination for the follow-up stun, but it won't matter. You get all the area of effect damage you need once FN is here. So they take the kill, they force the rotations, and now already Prodigy is
this Oracle is doing so much in the game. Like, he's involved in 2 out of 3 kills, doesn't matter, but he saved his teammates like already 4 or 5 times.
Now, what happened to, like I was mentioning, like, oh, Rubik and Oracle don't do a lot early on. Now they just comboing time and time again. There's no fortunes, and so S4 can't even get away. He's just forever rooted, but he has a lot of regeneration. The hood is battled through him. So raid still.
They don't have a hero who can build Spirit Vest, and Rubik can.
Dunk it, dunk it. Oh, just attack it. It also works. A dunk is a terrible thing to waste.
You would still use it. It's like 500 gold for your team.
Mid lane. TP in. Once again, this rating observer board sees a hell of a lot. Alliance had that advantage in game 1, even though it couldn't be capitalized on. It's gone now.
We still didn't see the full power of Timbersaw. He is level 10, full hood on him. Then hero that deal well with him. There's a Monkey King, but you know, it was a tri-lane, so monkey spells are not gonna be maxed out.
Nah, he's just trying to run away. Too much fight on the top lane. Too much to sustain with Mech and Hand of God level 1. But maybe in mid lane it's time for a bit of a smoke, and that's exactly what they do. And they're heading in. Benji will be target number 1. DM gets the call off. Was he able to steal? He'll steal Holy Persuasion. Picking up the Chen, back down again. Stuck wanted his own battle to happen, but now Axe kind of stunned up for the moment, but Epic will arrive on the Rolling Thunder. It knocked him off the tree and stunned over on Oracle. Will get quickly Laguna bladed down. Axe did at least get saved with the false promise, almost back to his tier 2 tower. Lim, I don't think I like this position from you. That Nova is ripping through the poor Lina, and they still haven't killed off DM. He one-charged up, he got more life. Rubik keeps getting these Light Strike Array controls against S4, so he can't join the fight, allowing Epic Kid to focus his battle onto Hansen. FN's moving over too. He's getting juked down with the vision game, and FN just provides vision. That's all he needed to do, is just walk over and see things.
Very good Rolling Thunder from Hansken. He also has that point in shield crash that I talked about, so Rubik can't steal it. And just ignoring Timber, so he still didn't get a single board. 0-0-0, 13 minutes in.
How do you make effective net worth if you just can't be there for it? Bottom lane, Blink Call's about to come in, grabbing Nico, baby, just after his Dark Pact. And Oracle was there to help out, but so is the Hand of God. Global range for that. Nico baby's on the run out. Another quick battle hunger or something from DM. No, they want. This is all actually up, just like it was a long run from DM, and Oracle TP to the outpost.
I'm scrolling through the hero levels. Level 7 Chen, level 8 Slark. That's a problem. Only 1 point in pounds, so you can't be able in team fights to get in and out.
That Observe Ward at least let him know that this gank is coming. Pangolier starts up the Rolling Thunder. Axe starts it. He's just trying to drag him back away from the Rolling Thunder. Light Strike Array will be able to connect, but now the extra help. S4 can finally be a real hero as the Rolling Thunder controls Rubik. The perfect initiation in from Hansken. And Monkey King looks at this and goes, but the rest call, get the hell out.
This is exactly what Alliance needed. You could see bait from Slark. He always has time to use Shadow Dance before Axe blinks, if he's fast enough, of course.
They're gonna battle. Blink. Call comes in. Epic Kid will also go for his own jump forward. They drop down Pango low enough to get it off. Zor battle 15-minute bounty rune. That was Hans. FNG tries to keep the distance between himself and FM, but it won't stop the split earth from connecting. Light Strike Array from Lina from below ground. They do have enough damage for this. FN really committing so hard to get that kill, but just can't finish the job.
Very weird decision from FN after getting stopped. Wants to grab a kill.
It's
good Timbersaw game. Like, he had a free laning stage on the bottom lane. He's getting levels, poor man's shield, hood, building into Yule Scepter to have mana sustain, and He can also put Axe in the air. Same goes for Monkey, Dispel, the Jingu. So there's gonna be a second Yule Scepter.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Going like no BKB, going Desolator next time. So Monkey feeling he, while DM has finished up the same item build that did a lot of damage in the last game. The Blink and Blade Mal is now on Axe 16 moves in. Number 1 on the net worth, and is definitely feeling hungry. But that Radiant Observer Ward from Alliance, once again they know where Monkey King is. He has his own obs down, tree leap away, and Nico Baby up. FNG fast on the sentry ward, remove that extra vision, but maybe Nico Baby overstayed his welcome. He runs in to the Wukong's command, combining with the Blade Mail. Nico Baby solo and light, but he gets a Shadow Dance off. They have to jump out of the Wukong's command. Oracle is nearby. I don't know if he can really help out the Axe. Who else will be here? Rubik 2, 4 heroes from Prodigy retreating back to their tier 1 tower, which doesn't exist, but FN can beat their tower. They look for the sun. They look over towards Lina. False Promise will give them the time for Prodigy to remain on the front lines and fight, but S4, they keep them inside. The Whirling Death can at least get the dunk. So 2 heroes down. Prodigy, the Monkey King, that will kill off S4. They're able to isolate him. The rest of Alliance went to full retreat. FNG's in the tree lines. They're pinging the wrong way. He doesn't have TD available, however. And now they're pinging the right way. Guys. Oh, the trees. They're cutting the way back, but they see him?
They're pinging.
They're pinging, but they see him?
Pinging, but he's dead. He controlled the hero.
He's here. they even freaking Chakram cut the tree lines down, and they don't see FNG. Oh, FN's coming back over. Oh, found him. Well, better late than never, you know.
He was wasting time. Maybe they did not want to kill him straight away, you know. Get his hopes up, then kill him mentally. But one player from Axe, like, it looked like he was going back, but instead he gets initiation on the Lina, who was hiding in the trees. There was an observer ward, which was scouting him. I believe it was a blind call, and they dunk her before she saw.
We get the defensive Yule Scepter on time. S4 just cuts him down. And thanks to that wonderful sentry ward, they're still in mid. They should be able to get rid of that obs. A blink forward from DM misses the initiation over on Limp. Balance strike from Epikid has to be used to keep Limp away. He's got a haste druid. He wants to get in there and fight. They won't get it. Prodigy back up instead, and they just accept the fact Latrak is dead. Hilariously enough, top 3 networks still belong to the Prodigy cause.
They are.
Just around the supports of Alliance.
And he's having such a rough time. He's even maxing shield crash, forced to use it. After the Rolling Thunder, Rubik can't steal it. But Rubik is a great hero against the Timber, so you steal Chakram, which is pure damage, and this is how you kill him.
They're preparing the fight on bottom lane. Alliance have kind of gone for this multiple times. Sometimes as bait, sometimes as I pushed one wave too far. Monkey King wants to touch and reveal himself with the Chakram. They're just surrounding on all sides. But you see where Alliance move. They have the northern outpost. So TP Limp to the top lane. FN's trying to defend this, and they're going to bring in Oracle. So if initiation does come from FN, will have some backup. And they bring Act. TP time is going to be absolutely perfect to grab the lane. Drag S4 into the fight, but you've already lost Limp. At least the swash slowing VP having a hard time with the chase, but who's be their primary target? Pango feels almost impossible to grab, but FNG feels more appetizing. Okay,
Monkey.
That's
there's some serious kind of hate going on against FNG. Like, you leave our region even as a stand-in, this is what you get.
Oh, Hardskin. Because just watching him, it's like, DM, can you come and land this call? We just need some guaranteed call. Hardskin just went AFK. He had a TP available. I think he knew he was being...
Start retreating, and they lost one hero. and you start to chase them. That has always been, that always will be the best feeling in Dota for me. You know, like you know they're weak, they don't want to fight, but you want to kick them when they're down.
And you force them into the engagement. It's still it's not when it comes to the graphs. Like Axe is on the hunt once again. Blink gets the call. Hesitate at all, Slark, but Nika Baby, he's just locked in position, dead for 45 seconds. That's not like the easiest pick.
It's once again an earlier Slark pickup, which gives them enough time to counter it. Flash track, Slark doesn't like to play into any ground stuns, any AoE damage. Now they have Lashrak, who's like full AoE, and you have Chakram stolen. Or you steal Dragon Slayer from Lina.
They just go from one target to the next. But not down, and look at S4. This guy is meant to be tanky, but he's dead. And this is such a quick and easy redo again for the Axe. Like you wait. The longest is 25 seconds for your Blade Mail, and you're good to go again.
I want Axe to slide into my DM and teach me how to play it.
Just what's the Twitch meme? Like apart from like what is even a Twitch meme for that? What's a Twitch meme for a dad's joke?
I don't know, but they must be spamming it a lot when I'm casting. Resident Sleeper maybe?
No, that's grandpa joke. Well, that bottom tier 2 tower, no fortification available. And this is where Prodigy's lineup gets even better than game 1. They don't need to have that Desolator on the Monkey King to try and push high ground, even though they do have it. A Shrek, 4 points, and Diabolic Edict. It's all the quick push that you want. And it feels like they got such a great mix of damage as well from Prodigy. They're not reliant on just one type. Makes it very difficult for heroes like Timbersaw to be able to fight. Well, jump away. Or the Sharkram can take out your tree. Might reveal a little bit of extra vision. Now they come in for the tower. Creep waves in range. Epic Kid once again very liberal with that. And into Epic. Get the track out there. Burn all. But getting all the live Oracle just sits in the trees. Now FN, he'll get his distance. Buyback comes in from the Rubik. They're trying to bounce away to safety. So he's feeling pretty damn that pulse. In control up, he pounces forward, but now he's gonna get trapped. Another perfect blink call. Down. Back to objective base. Mid-tier 2 tower, even though doing everything he possibly could to slow down the wave. Epic Kid will ensure he stays exactly where he is, killing him in the middle of the swashbuckle. So at least he'll die sliding away in style.
Oh, no matter what happens in this game, who wins, I would still pick Oracle as my MVP. What he's doing in team, holding multi such a long time. Even though they had to use buyback on Rubik, now it opens up the road.
Oh, they found him. They caught him out. FNG was roaming around hoping for the 25-minute bounty runes or something, but a double damage rune for the Monkey King. What the hell do you want? God, what the hell does this alliance even do here? Doesn't feel like they can find a good initiation. And even if they do, they get counted, right? Like, will blink on you, or Oracle will hold false promise forever.
That's why I'm not a big fan of the Lina. I said it at the start. Like, she was having a dream game first 5 minutes, double the CS off Lashrak, forcing him out of the lane. And then, like, everything just crumbles. You have 1 or 2 bad ganks, you're not in the right position. It feels like your game is completely over. I mean, he can still make a comeback. Aghanim Scepter getting close to that. It's a pure damage, which is great. To the high burst damage against Oracle. Try to surprise the target that he's trying to use the false promise on.
Well, you also like strike array. And again, as you said, like, just face the target. No damage on all the track. And FN can stand as your front liner. He burnt Bloodstone charges in the last fight too, but still sitting at 16 charges total. Jump forward, S4. He was thinking about the Oracle, and now Rubik gets the steal. It's a good clumsy net over on the Shrike. Still good defensive Yule Scepter up as well. The defensive Rubik Chakra makes it difficult to move forward. Laguna Blade finally comes out, but Epic Kid goes into the Wukong's command. Can't keep S4 inside of it, however, and they do finally bring down Oracle. Alliance caught the back line, but they battle around the Monkey King ult, and maybe now with the Hand of God, still not enough life. Monkey King now on the cliff of Bartizi, wants to bounce back down again, but S4 ensures he stays here as long as he can. But the rest of Prodigy, they are doing the work, but they have to get rid of the Chakram. S4 is finally finished the job. Monkey King will go down, then S4 on the full run, whirling down from safe for some extra control. Oh, S4 will turn back in. Forward. A disarm from Pango creates another new target. DM standing with the blade mail inside the shark. Damage won't happen as he blinks forward. You'll set it from limp, creating some more space as Hanskin. He dies for the cost of S4 as well as limp to get back to their tier 3 tower.
You can see how aggressive they're playing on VPP, and they are not afraid. Like, they took this from Solo's book, from the original VP.Pro team, where they are buying back on their position 4s and 5s and just secure a fight, even though they couldn't get anything out of this since Monkey died. But if Monkey was alive, they would have gotten straight into Roche pit. They're still thinking about it. Someone's pinging the Roche.
Hey, you got FN getting stronger and stronger and stronger. 19 Bloodstone charges. You've given him an Arcane Rune. He's got a Blink Dagger now on this track, so he can be his own initiation. Spider legs and BTs to get in and out as he wants. Was being played. Blink forward, miss the target.
I think they can just force them into Roche pit. Try to force a fight there. You have Wukong's command, you have less tracked. I don't believe Alliance is ready to take this fight. It's going to go down so quickly. Clark is showing on the bottom lane, one of the reasons why they decided to go.
Alliance very well out of position. Observer Wars to the north, but it doesn't matter. They're way too late. Roshan will already be claimed. So Aegis Immortal into the hands of Monkey King. S4, my god! Thought he could walk up the river. He thought wrong. Epic is bouncing forward for its own target, and they caught a big one. They caught the Lina. Chains standing out. Epic out to realize that limp is nothing.
Just kidding. Some of these spells that you can add the animation that are very valuable in a team fight and just cancel them. Like in my pop a beat.
FN? FN? I guess that's easy enough. Caught out Hanskin was trying to create some space. And he'll take the tier 2 tower on the top lane just while he's in the neighborhood. Actually, probably not. Missing a creep wave, that is a problem.
I believe FN should be mid, and he blinks. Like Edict plus Adesso, it's just gonna shred the towers. Pushing a bit on the bottom lane. Oh man, Slark is really struggling. Level 18, 30 minutes in.
He's been looking wide for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
At least now they can start getting some of that. I have one of the best ones for defense. Repair kit there for a while, them time. But if you look items up for Prodigy, Spider Legs little track, you got Act with cracky armor, you've got a fresh Paladin sword out there too. The Titans, there's the Monkey. Everything they want, you get. They got him with a telekinesis lift into the follow-up call, but Slark able to at least bounce away inside the Shadow Dance. Limp, not so lucky. Epic Kid from inside the Wukong's command can grab the target. FN, he just jumps forward. Nico, baby, he thinks he's getting the help, but the body blocks from Lashrak are just way too good. Nico without buyback available. Lane, now they move their targets to S4. 6 charges back, creating as much space as he can with a rolling pick under control. That's a nice one for him. There's still 5 heroes of Prodigy pushing this mid lane. The creep wave is gone. There's a new one coming in. And when they do that, you can just edict and push again. But Prodigy, yeah, they are. They're looking for their blink call from Axe. He doesn't have Blade Mail available at the moment.
Oh, he used Scan. Axe try to go for instant initiation with the Blink Dagger on a high ground.
There you go. Blink all the ult.
Fast ult scepter.
So quick from Limp, but save just as quick. Jumping himself forward, able to get the control over on Lena. She's down for the count. And now you just keep the kills going. Last array from Rubik. He actually cancelled S4's Timber Chain away. Of course, Monkey's not dead. He's got 2 lives available, both from the False Promise and the Aegis to the Mortical. Mortical. Okay, yeah, see it, like a monocle.
Yeah. Barracks are still alive. At least they're gonna kill the ranged one. Slark, ready to take a fight. Where's Lash at? He picked up a re. He's coming back.
Yeah. You got Blink, BKB, and Blade Mail available, and they got the grab on Nico, baby. He loses 2/3 of his life. Man's putting the monkey up, even a better. And it's back. No matter when Epic Kid gets a double boundless drawing, then the double call from DM. Nico, baby, can bounce himself away. S4 may not be so lucky. Dead for 80 seconds. Where's Edict? Turn it on, push the racks. They go back towards the mid lane. And the fight shall continue. Even the Octarina's arrived. And the supports have done so much work. Nico, baby, is down. Save gets control after control.
Yeah,
and it feels like this game is over.
It's time to call it. This Lashrak is just doing so... I don't know how he farmed Bloodstone, Boots of Travel, and Octarine. Or he's just suddenly had Octarine.
He's 11-9 on the KDA, man. Like, all the money in the world. All the towers taken down. You're looking good. And Alliance, they still believe they have something to fight with. The Pangolier brings back into base. They can find in 30 seconds when Slark is up. Not before. Maybe with the Timbersaw. Quick delay, but the control is too good. A Glimmercate will not protect you. Hanskin will buy back into the game.
Monkey needs to be careful. He's just gone in 10 seconds.
That's space backing up. So smart for Prodigy. They understand the timings. Let Track be the front liner. Get the full regeneration out from the Aegis. And there it is. The Alliance are up. 5-on-5 inside the Radiant base, right in front of the Ancient. Prodigy. This will be the dream start for them, the playoff bracket, to take out Alliance. Bring forward that CIS pride. Another great call. More to fight with. FNG can't live inside his own base, so no hand of God to save him. And Nico, baby, hiding inside of his own base. You still need to finish the game, however, Prodigy look towards a bit. DM, really? A 3-man call. That's how you end this game. Dunk down it. V